A thunderstorm, debunking myths with style and form. True crime, conspiracies, her game. Melissa Jade, remember her name. She's loud, feisty, spilling tea, diving deep into mystery. Breaking down your wildest claims. Melissa Jade, she's got no shame. Microphone fierce like a roaring lion, unveiling secrets people been hiding. True crime queen of the digital scene, Melissa's got you hooked on her screen. She's loud, feisty, spilling tea, diving deep into mystery, breaking down your wildest claims. Melissa Jade, she's got no shame. Murders to cover-ups, nothing misses. Melissa's here to share her guesses. She's got theories big and bold, no stone unturned, no case cold. She's loud, feisty, spilling tea, diving deep into mystery, breaking down your wildest claims. Melissa Jade, she's got no shame. Melissa Jade, she's got no shame. Melissa Jade, she's got no shame. From murders to cover-ups, nothing misses. Melissa's here to share her guesses. She's got theories big and bold, no stone unturned, no case cold. She's loud, feisty, spilling tea, diving deep into mystery, breaking down your wildest claims. Melissa Jade, she's got no shame. 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 She's loud, feisty, spilling tea, diving deep into mystery, breaking down your wildest claims. Melissa Jade, she's got no shame.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much, Marie Jui, for becoming a member again. And thank you, Trio Girl Mom, for 20 months. That is an incredibly long time to support the channel, and it is so very appreciated. Hello, everybody. Hey, Chief. Hi, Paulinda. Hi, Gidget, Kelly, Tess, Kathy Joe, Girls Nana, Harlot, People Meh, Meat Noodle. You got notified? It's been a fort since I made a live. I know. I'm so happy. Hi, so there's that. I'm so happy to getting back into things. We will be doing Patreon also either tomorrow or Monday. We have a long weekend and I'm so ready for it. So I'm like, we got to do the streams, get the streams in. I know there's a lot of Wade calls on Patreon we got to get to, but I also wanted to do a conspiracy live and get into some interesting things I've been going down the rabbit hole with. I know we have Wade emails too. We have Idaho stuff we need to catch up on, and I will grab Shay for that. But I'm like, I want to continue with this Laura Owen because it is mind-boggling. Thank you, C. Carter. We have a baby. Hello, everybody. Miss you all. I missed you. Hi, Sarah Bellum. Hi, Katie in Seattle. I've missed you all so much. And yes, Harlot, I have actually a list I've been creating specifically for a Patreon live of different conspiratorial topics I would like to discuss. But here's the thing. I don't even like always calling it conspiracies because a lot of the things are true, so I'm like, I got to think of a different name when I'm referring to those topics. Like, of course, I love doing the fun conspiracies where I'm not necessarily believing it versus like the time traveling celebrities. Love going over that and looking at old photos. And it's like, that is Nicolas Cage back in 1802. Those conspiracies are super fun. But then there are other things that it's not even a conspiracy. There's evidence to show that this has happened or is happening. And I just love getting into all of it. I don't think I've watched the Tucker's 9/11. I watched when I first moved here. I watched the TMZ on what was it? It was the fifth aircraft of 9/11, and I wanted to do an episode of that. And it's 9/11 is already on my mind, obviously, because we just passed the anniversary. There's a lot of 9/11 activities going on currently, being that we're very recent from the anniversary, and so it's already on my mind, and it always kicks back up. So I definitely will check out the Tucker Carlson because I haven't gotten a chance. Unproven truth. I like that. But, again, there's other ones that are proven. We just don't realize that, like, a lot of times the CIA has released these undercover project or blacklisted, black budgeted projects that never make mainstream media. Never. And it's like, did you not know that they have already admitted to being in contact with extraterrestrial species and things like that? Shady shit with MJ. I like that, Meat Noodle. I'm going to write that down. Thank you, Andrea, for 10 months. We back. Yes, we are back. Crazier than fiction. I like all of these. Oh my God. We got to start a Patreon series. Shady shit with MJ. Shady shit with MJ. Unproven truths. Crazier than fiction. I'm writing all this down because I like it. And then when you get the title of something, it gives you like that motivation to get going with it. Because I have a list and I want to know your guys' thoughts with it. And I just love discussing those types of things. One, because it's super interesting. But two, everyone has usually very different opinions regarding those topics. And I've seen people get very, very emotional, very what word am I looking for? Like they get hot with certain topics, because a lot of times with those topics, it'll, like, even let's just say like the extraterrestrial discussion, it'll interfere or overlap sometimes with religious beliefs, and people get animated. They get very, oh my God, why am I drawing a complete blank? But like enthusiastic about it. Yeah, spirited about it. So there's Shay Beneo. Just hiya. Hiya. I miss you. How are you? Shay, there's so much coming out with Idaho. We need to do an Idaho live this week, please. But I just miss you, period. It can't be true because well, but that's what I'm saying. A lot of these things, they're declassified. They're out there. Yet they don't push it in the mainstream media. Yeah, heated, Chris, passionate. Thank you. Those are the words I was looking for. But because they don't push it out in mainstream, I feel like it's kind of just gets slid under the rug. Like, are we not going to acknowledge that these documents have been released and these black budgeted projects were being done? Like, are we just not? Because it's huge. It's huge. You would think documents stating that we have had communications with extraterrestrial beings and they're on this planet would be in the, but nobody even looks at it. It's mind-boggling. But okay, so here, let me just pull up our missing child for the stream. I'm so excited to get into this. So our missing child is Ivy Marie Lennon. She has been missing since March 14th, 2010. Out of Poplar, Montana. She would be 26 years old now. Ivy's photo is showing age progressed to 13 years old, and she was last seen leaving a relative's home on the afternoon of March 14, 2010, and has not been seen or heard from since. Ivy was last seen wearing a pink dress, white sneakers, and white socks with poodles on them. She may be in need of medical attention. So here is the age progressed photo. So if you or anyone you know has information on Ivy's whereabouts, please contact the Richland County Sheriff's Office at 1-406-433-2919. Okay, so we started this new series, Deception and Drama, right? Unraveling the web of lies of Laura Owen. Now, I kind of gave you a recap on episode 1 of who is Laura Owen and what the claims that she's been making are. I told you guys there is a lot. There are men prior to Clay Echard, who was on The Bachelor, that she's made these allegations and claims in court hearings she went to court over. But I'm kind of going to be jumping around, and I'm not going completely in chronological order because I really want to watch this court hearing specifically with you guys. And this was the first thing I watched, and I will say it's not that confusing kind of going out of order because this specific court hearing will kind of it'll give us a timeline, and it'll give us, and so anything we watch afterwards, I'm just not doing it in chronological order. So are you familiar with her, Shay? I have been completely down that rabbit hole with this, and I'm like mind blown by her. And so she is going to trial in January. We will be covering it. I'm super excited to get into it. So today we are going to be starting. Do you want to come up, Shay? We are going to be starting the court hearing specifically between Laura Owen and Clay Echard. And it's the one that I played the very ending part. Hi, Samantha. It's the one that I played the very ending part of the last episode where she asked, can I show Clay my baby bump? You know, because he hasn't seen me. And this is when Clay is now seeking out a protection order for himself. Hi, Midnight Lace. Yes, poor Linda. Oh, it's crazy. So he is seeking out a protection order. Here's the thing. Well, an injunction against her. Here's the thing. He was a pro se litigant when this court hearing first starts. They have to return a second day. When they return the second day, he has counsel, but it's kind of too late because he had already finished direct examination of her, and she has an attorney. And so I feel like so much opportunity was missed, even though I think he did a pretty good job for a pro se litigant. But I think that this one is a really important one before the next one that we will show once her lies are completely exposed. So we are going to start with this. Okay. So this is the Clayton Echard versus Laura Owens from October 24th, 2023, CV 2023-053952 in Scottsdale, Arizona. Again, this is after she had filed a paternity case in family court. So there is actively a paternity case going on in family court. She filed to get child support from this guy, but you have to keep in mind, she's not pregnant, let alone pregnant with twins. Thank you, Tiffany, for becoming a member. Oh, nice, Midnight Lace. So the guy to the left of the screen is Laura's lawyer at the time. Now he has since no longer represents Laura and has, I believe, apologized to Clayton because he realized she was lying. But what you will see is that Laura appears via Zoom. Both Clayton is on the right. He's the former Bachelor. Laura appears on Zoom, and she makes sure only to keep her torso and stomach in frame, okay? Because I read you guys the emails that she was sending him on the last live, and he wasn't answering, okay? He was not answering. She couldn't get him to answer. She couldn't get him to engage. So she was trying desperately, reaching out to the media on him to pick up her stories, canceling while attempting to sabotage his work business relationships, make sure that the Suicide Prevention Hope organization doesn't allow him to speak. And so now that they're in court, she is so excited to show this fake pregnancy bump. But what I want you guys to pay attention to is this bump starts lower. Yes, Samantha, this bump starts at a normal bump level. And throughout court, she pushes this bump up, where this bump is going to eventually be up by her boobies, because she wants to make sure it is fully in frame. Okay, like this is crazy. And this court hearing is one of the most significant ones in regards to why she was indicted on the 7 counts that she is currently indicted on, because she had supplied false testimony and fake exhibits, you know, down to sonograms and things like that. So this is such an important one. This is the one, like I said, I first stumbled upon when I was listening to court hearings and got me onto this Laura Owen. So we're going to kind of go through it together. I want to know more about Clay because of Bachelor Nation, but I do want to learn more about her. I recognize her though. I can come. Yes. Well, that's okay. Because like I said, I'm not an expert on it. I started going down the rabbit hole after watching this, but then I stopped myself because I was like, you know what? If I'm going to watch this all, may as well do it with my community because I have to push myself to get back into streaming anyway. So I'm like, let's just do it together because this one is bizarre. It's bizarre. And you guys know I love a good liar who digs themselves down into a hole, you know? And this is going to trial. And I'm like, we could kind of go through all of it together. And so come time of January, we'll all be caught up and stream it. But it's so fascinating. It's so fascinating. So here, let me send my Shabanite a link. So we're going to just listen and react. But he's going to start first since he's the petitioner in this. I don't know if she's out on bail. That's a good question. Let me see if she's out on bail. Laura Owen. I think she might be. So she's facing charges of perjury, fraud, and forgery. Her trial date is set January 2026. Yeah, she's out. And travel is prohibited for her under her bond conditions. Yeah, she's out on bond. Yes, this is the one that he doesn't have a lawyer. So there's another court hearing next that we're going to do. That's going to be after she claims she miscarried, okay? So you guys have to pay close attention to everything she claims in this hearing because the next hearing, that's really intense because both sides have the lawyers and there are no babies. There are no babies. Okay. Ready, guys? I mean, Harlan, I wonder if she's got any cash in that baby, that belly. Oh my God. She reminds me so much of Tisha in so many different ways. All right. So here we go. So now this lawyer, her lawyer to the left, though I will say, I don't know if he specifically has a haircut where one side is shaved. Or maybe if he had like an injury to where he keeps one side shaved. You guys let me know if you know. But I'm like, so he's rocking an interesting hairdo. I'm not used to that. You'll see. You'll see when he turns. So again, Laura is on Zoom, but her lawyer to the left and Clay, former Bachelor to the right, are in the actual courtroom with the judge. I don't know why she appeared on Zoom. You see his hairdo? I don't know if that's a choice or I'm not sure. So here we have the judge in the bottom right and then Laura Owens bottom left. Pay attention. Pay attention. Her head's going to be cut off the entire 2 hours. But watch how much effort she puts in to making sure this fake baby bump is seen. Wait. Why can't I hear her? Hold on. Oh, okay. That must be before they go on the record. Okay. Thank you, Wolfie, for 46 months. I love you so much. Thanks for 46 months of pure bliss. Been longer, though. Get it together. Thank you. Yes. Yes, Wendy. Yes. I know I'm going out of order, and I apologize. You guys are just going to have to deal with that ADHD brain of mine, but I really wanted to go over this one because this is where I started. And it's not too confusing jumping out of order if you start with this one.
Hi, Commissioner. We're unable to hear you.
Hi, Shay.
Sorry, love.
Welcome.
I miss you.
I miss you.
I'm so excited.
So you know about Laura Owen?
A little bit, yeah. I saw because of like the Bachelor stuff I followed for so long. Like something popped up with her and Clayton, and then it was kind of it looked like tabloidish, and then I was like,
Girl.
this girl looks familiar. So I looked her up, and I was like, oh my gosh, what is going on here? Like a fake pregnancy and everything.
Yeah, in like a short little recap, and this came really to the mainstream media because of Clay, the former Bachelor, but she had done
Mhm.
this to numerous guys before her. But basically, with
Oh.
Clay, she claimed after a one night stand to have gotten pregnant with him. Here's the thing, he claims that they only did oral, they never even had sex. But he had taken some THC gummies that night, and she gaslit him to the point where she convinced him that he put it in for at least a second. So then she
Oh.
claimed she was pregnant. She did go to his house and pee on a pregnancy stick, and it was positive, but we now know she had actually taken like HCG from somewhere. I don't remember where. Again, I'm not claiming to know everything, but it'll come out at the next hearing. But she kind of gaslit him to the point where he thought, all right, maybe they did quickly have sex for like a minute. Okay. But then after time comes on, like he's calling bullshit, and she starts emailing him like crazy. He doesn't answer. She starts emailing his family like crazy. Okay. And she wrote up a dating contract, like literally like the last live, a dating contract that said if he will date her exclusively for 1 week, she will consider having an abortion. But if he does not agree to date her for 1 week, then she's 100% having the baby because her grandma was almost aborted. And so it's very emotional to her. And so if she's going to abort a baby, it's not going to just be because Clay wants to go out and date other girls. So they have to be dating with intention for her to consider having an abortion. Well, he doesn't respond. And I kid you not, she drafted up a dating contract and sent it him in PDF where, like, oh my God, hold on one second. Thank you, Samantha. That's very kind of you. Welcome to all of our new members. Wait, I gotta show you this because it'll take actually 1 minute, and you have to understand. You have to understand this.
Okay. All I saw was like her like doing videos with this like fake baby bump or something.
No. This is deep, girl. This is deep. So, and hold on, where did it go?
She was committed. A contract?
Oh my gosh, like you don't understand. Schnitzel, I think Schnitzel. Where's the channel? Okay, here we go. Schnitzel Ninja. So she started emailing him. I think it was like 500 emails to him in a very short period of time. You're going to hear it during this hearing. But here is one of the revised contracts, and you have to see it to really understand the gravity of it. Okay, so it says, here are the changes. This is like 4, the amendment 4 of this dating agreement. And it says the couples agree that 1, for a period of 1 week while determining the best course of action for their pregnancy, party A and party B will exclusively explore a relationship with intention, meaning with the goal of it turning into something long-lasting and meaningful. There is no obligation to engage in intercourse if either party is uncomfortable with that. 2, from the date that this agreement is signed until 1 week after, no action whatsoever will be taken in FC 2023-052114 or in any family, civil, or criminal court case. Now, let me be clear. That action is referring to, oh, where'd she go? I'm talking to myself. Where'd she go? That action is referring to, there you are. That action is referring to the paternity case. She filed a paternity case in family court already. Did you miss what I said or no?
It like cut out like you went to mute to me, but I could see your bubble moving and I was like, what's happening here? So I just went out and came back in. Sorry.
No, it's
It
okay.
was right
So
whenever you pulled up the thing.
okay. So it says, and this is like Amendment 4 of this dating contract. It says the couples agree that one, for a period of 1 week, while determining the best course of action for their pregnancy, Party A and Party B will exclusively explore a relationship with intention, meaning with the goal of it turning into something long lasting and meaningful. There is no obligation to engage in intercourse if either party is uncomfortable with the act. Two, from the date that this agreement is signed until 1 week after, no action whatsoever will be taken in FC 2023-052114 or in any family, civil, or criminal court case. Pause. That action is regarding family court. She had already filed a paternity case to get child support from him. Now, keep in mind, she was never even pregnant, but she had already filed very early on against him. So that's the court case she's referring to.
Wow. So is that the motive? Like a con for money?
No, money was not the motive here.
Okay.
I don't know what the motive is other than crazy bitch who does this with multiple guys the moment that they're not interested. After they had that one night stand, and again, it's oral,
Uh-huh.
he said, because they had originally found each other doing viewings for real estate. He had said the very next day it was highly inappropriate what he did. You know, that's not professional of him. They will not be doing that again and wants to keep it professional. He apologized. Like, she was not happy. She wanted to engage in a relationship, so she claimed pregnancy. Now,
Oh.
she had done this with at least 2 other guys before. And so while you're going to see all of this, if I'm going to be willing to have an abortion, well, it came out, he ended up making contact with a victim she's done this to before, where with him, she also claimed to have been pregnant with twins, but she claims he forced her to abort in that situation. So he had found out that she had gotten pregnant twice before him with 2 different guys, both where she's lost the baby. So he's the third. Okay. So term 3, Party A and Party B agree to take a paternity test with the lab of Party A's choice, Ravgan, and will schedule it within 24 hours of when this agreement is signed. 4, after the paternity test results come back, providing Party A to be the father of Party B's twins, then Party B will execute a HIPAA release for Party B to discuss the pregnancy with any of Party A's providers from the date of conception, May 20th, through the end of the pregnancy in February 2024. If a joint decision is made to terminate the pregnancy, then Party A and Party B will stipulate to dismiss FC 2023-052114 once the pregnancy is confirmed by a doctor to no longer be viable. Party B will pay Party A's legal fees to date. 6, during the 1-week period, if the decision is made to continue the pregnancy, then Party A and Party B will discuss what would be the best situation for the children, whether that be raising them together or apart. The goal would be to keep the case out of court and to avoid incurring continued legal fees. FC 2023-052114 will remain active until an agreement is made outside of court. Then the parties will stipulate to dismiss it. 7, there is no obligation for the relationship to work out beyond the 1 week. However, if it is apparent that this agreement was entered into for the wrong reasons, evidenced by abuse of any kind, verbal, emotional, or physical, it is null and void. 8, at the end of the 1-week period, provided the terms have been met, then Party A and Party B are forever banned from let me see, what did it say? Forever banned in bringing charges against each other for any reason up to that date. So this was a contract she was literally trying to get him to sign. Okay. Wow. And I read it during the last episode, but she countless emails to him without any responses saying, like, this is the last chance I'm giving you for us to consider abortion. You need to respond to me. If you do not respond to me, I'm having these children. I know that you don't want to be a father. You're not interested, but this is your last chance. So she was taunting him taunting him. Again, she's not even pregnant, but countless 500 emails when he wouldn't answer.
Wow.
Family, his parents. She sent his parents emails saying, like, I have done everything I can, because he was calling bullshit on it. Like there was something wrong. He wasn't necessarily not believing she was pregnant, but definitely not pregnant with his kids. And so she was just trying anything and everything. And then, so the last that they spoke, she claimed she's keeping the kids. So now they're showing up in court, and that's what I'm about to play. And she knows that this is the first time he's seeing her. So she shows up with this baby bump. We now know, Shay, she was not pregnant. She was not pregnant, but she is just so excited to see him on camera that this entire 2-hour hearing, you won't see her face. You will only see this bump that slowly gets pushed. Oh no, she's gone again. It slowly gets pushed up further and further and further. And so this is him taking an injunction out against her. He is a pro se litigant during the beginning of this hearing. Come the second day, he has an attorney who represented the other guy, the previous victim she had done this to. So she was very familiar with who Laura Owens is and what she's done. And she comes in to help represent him. But again, it was already towards the end of the court hearing, so there wasn't much she could do. But you're going to find out a lot of the timeline and a lot of the information on this court hearing. And then come the next one is when she claims she miscarried, and it's real, like the whole courtroom is filled. There's already publicity by that point. This is in Arizona, poor Linda.
Maricopa County, right?
Yeah, Maricopa County is the one who ended up filing charges against her. This is Scottsdale. So I don't think it was this judge because it was a judge who reported her to the prosecutor's office about the evidence. So I'm not sure. Is Scottsdale fall into Maricopa County?
I can't remember. I just saw that things said Maricopa, and I was familiar with Maricopa County hearing it.
Yeah, no, Maricopa County is who filed the charges and indicted her. So top left, we have Laura appearing on Zoom. Top right, Clay Echard, former Bachelor. Bottom left is Laura's attorney, again, who has since left her and has showed his support for Clay because he realized she was lying. And bottom right is the judge. And so this is an injunction that he has filed. They already have an active paternity case that she has filed that is open in family court at this point. And this is the first time she is seeing him in a while. So she is just making sure that baby bump is seen.
Okay.
So here we go. I love good lies, man. And this is a crazy one. This reminds me so much of Tisha, but she stole ultrasounds, photos, crazy shit, Shay.
Wild.
Well, and that's what she's being charged with too, because not only did she steal and fake ultrasounds and pregnancy test results, all these things, she submitted them into evidence in these court hearings.
Wow.
Hi,
Ballsy.
Dude, it's a crazy one. That's what I love seeing, just how far liars will go, and the fact that she comes on the record and she sits here with this fake baby bump and submits a bunch of exhibits that are fake. That is mind-blowing to me. And to find out she's done this to 2 men prior, identical situations. But this court hearing, like I said, I'm not going fully in order, but this is the first one I saw, and it gives a good timeline of why they're there and what's been going on.
I can't wait.
We'll begin by having everyone state their name. Mr. Echard, if you can state your name for me.
Clayton Echard.
Right, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. Attorney Joshua Lopez representing Laura Owens, who's present via Microsoft Teams.
Thank you, Ms. Owens. If you can state your name for me.
Laura Owens.
All right, thank you. We're here today regarding the pre-issuance hearing on a petition for an injunction against harassment that was filed by Mr. Echard. And so we have an hour and a half for the hearing. That means each side has about 40 minutes to conduct their space in their testimony. So you do want to make sure you're being conscientious of what you want to present in the time that you have available. We do have a number of exhibits. And so if you would like to use an exhibit or admit an exhibit, then you do need to lay some, what I'm going to call foundation for that exhibit, which means you need to tell the court what the exhibit is, if there's a specific date and time that relates to that exhibit, how, and then you need to actually move that foundation. You have to act into evidence. You'll have the opportunity.
Oh, wait. Okay, so watch. You're gonna see this many times because this is the only time you're gonna see her face. Okay, watch. The entire hearing, she keeps scooting this camera down farther and farther, just waiting to see how the hearing ends. It's crazy.
Evidence unless you
I'm
move.
telling you, the bump starts at a normal level.
Um,
By the end of the hearing, it'll be
and
all the
then,
way up to her boobs.
You'll have the opportunity, so record, you're
Look
going to
at
go
that.
first because you're the plaintiff. You'll present your case and your testimony, and then the other side counsel will have the opportunity to question you, and then they can call witnesses, and you'll have an opportunity to question them, and then at the end, everyone will have an opportunity to make a closing argument. Okay. The things that people can testify about, you do need to make sure that they are related to something that you have personal knowledge of. So you can't just say, I saw
See,
something
she's
on the
backing
internet,
up.
and so
She
now I
wants to
think
try to
that's
get that
privacy.
bump
So it
in
needs to be something
frame.
that you have some personal knowledge about.
I know some
And
people.
I know that this case
You're all right.
also has a family court matter.
See, I know that this case also has a family court matter because she filed a paternity action against him very early on. Okay, very early on.
It's just wild to me. I've never heard of somebody doing that so early.
It's wild. And this, again, she, at this point, if it was due in February and this was October, yeah, she would have already been like 24 weeks, I think, at the time of this hearing, but she had filed that before 12 weeks. She was really early on because she was trying
Wow.
to get him to answer. She was trying to do anything to get him to accept dating her in exchange for, if he wanted her to have this abortion, again, they never even had sex, you need to date me exclusively. But if you don't, well, congrats on being a father because I am having these kids. Makes no sense.
So bizarre.
So bizarre.
This is not the family court case. This is not the trial on the family court issues. So I need everyone to focus on the issues that we have for this hearing. So we're not deciding pregnancy issues, we're not deciding paternity issues. Those are not the issues that are going to be decided today. So what this court is looking for is a determination as to whether or not there were a series of events that were aimed at a particular person that would cause a reasonable person.
Thank you, Judy. I apologize if you already covered this. Was she really pregnant? I've read headlines but don't know the deets. Thank you so much for the support, and please feel free to ask questions. She was not really pregnant. And so the court hearing we'll be watching after this one is after she claims to have miscarried. And you'll see, especially during the second half of this court hearing, why she knew she had to go the route of, I don't understand how she took it this far, but she put a lot of lies, testifying under oath, just straight up lying and submitting a bunch of false evidence in this court hearing that led to another hearing coming about. And that is why she had to dispose of the fake babies. But she claims to be pregnant about 24 weeks at this point with twins. Yeah, apparently she only went down on him, but she gaslit him enough in the very beginning to where, because he admits he was really high, that you had stuck it in for a moment. And I understand what it's like to be like gaslit extreme to where you even question yourself. Like I can understand like for a split second being gaslit, but he has remained adamant consistently across the board that they never had sex.
Do you think she was wanting like a little bit of his fame? Because I mean, I know she did some small acting roles.
She had her own like TEDx, like you could find it like a TEDx video and stuff where again she claims to be a victim of severe abuse. That's one of her other former victims. She has at least 2 prior victims before Clay. But no, I think I think she's just straight up a crazy bitch who wanted the men. And every time they put the first sign of not interested, she would jump to pregnancy because she did this exact scenario with Mark Gillespie, the guy before, and they were in court for that too. That's, again, I'm going a little out of order, but they were in court for that too, where she claimed to be pregnant with twins too. So I think it's just her go-to to trap the men. They had met from actually doing some type of real estate. And so when they did this like one night stand, yeah, harlot, the next day he contacted and reached out and said, listen, that was really unprofessional. I should have never done that. Like technically she was a client seeking real estate. And that was not going to happen again. And she turned from there and went, I'm pregnant.
God,
Mm-hmm.
that's
Be
desperate.
annoyed, alarmed, or
Yeah.
harassed.
Oh,
That
you
person
don't realize how
wasn't alarmed,
desperate.
annoyed, or harassed, and that those actions had no legitimate.
Look at her lifting up on her toes.
Those are the findings that the court is looking to make. So, record for you, you're trying to show by preponderance. of
But
the
he's
evidence.
about to, like I said, he's about to break down their history when he puts on his case in chief right now. So that's why I said it's not hard going out of order a little bit because he's going to give us the timeline right now.
That was
Cool,
the case.
thanks.
And then
Look at her
obviously, Ms. Owens is going to be
tilting
trying
it
to show that
down more
there
and more. She's like,
is
shit,
not a
how can I get this
basis
bump in
for
here?
an injunction.
She thinks him
Um,
seeing a bump,
So the things
he will
that are
believe
outlined
her.
in the petition are the things that can be discussed or addressed, okay? But as I said, we're not discussing whether or not officially that there's a pregnancy or whether or not officially there's a paternity issue, okay? So we need
Thanks,
to make
Harlot.
sure that we are
U.S.
keeping
Little
on
Red.
track with what we want to show in our case. And so the series of events that does need to be more
Do you
than
see her
one,
lifting on her toes, Shay?
can be over.
Yeah, it's like,
any
Laura,
specific
everybody else
time.
is in frame. What are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Those are the things that we're looking for. Does anyone have any questions about what I've just gone over?
Your Honor, I have a couple questions.
Okay.
Look at her.
Did you want to hear opening statements?
Hey,
I mean, I
ATR.
would allow people to do an opening if you wanted to, or you can waive opening.
Hey, Amber.
Okay. And my other question is that what I believe that Mr. Echard is going to present are
Oh, it's
emails
crazy, Judy.
regarding alleged harassment in this matter. But the emails, and I know you had indicated that, and I understand this is not the family
Thank you,
law,
Little Red.
the family court case, but the emails and the alleged harassment have a lot to do with paternity and things of that matter. So I think that those things are going to come out, despite this not being us trying to prove paternity and things.
So she's trying from the get-go saying, hey, I'm aware that there's another court case. There's in family court, a paternity hearing currently going on. I am not here to try a paternity case. And he's arguing, yeah, well, the 500 exhibits Clay is about to exhibit to show that harassment has a lot to do with paternity, aka her saying, if you want me to get an abortion, you need to answer me now. You need to answer me by tonight. If we date exclusively, I will consider getting an abortion. If not, we're having these kids. So obviously her lawyer is doing what he can to get that thrown out as it relates to the paternity case technically, but nah.
Things like that. I think the content of the emails has to do with that, and so those things will come out.
And I understand as they relate to the
Welcome,
specific
Judy.
reasons for the communication,
Okay.
that they can be brought up. I just don't want the parties to think that I'm going to be making any determinations as it relates to those other issues.
Thank you.
So, do either party wish to make an opening statement? Or we can just begin with the testimony?
Present my evidence. Yeah, I'd like to make an opening statement.
Okay, go ahead.
Look at her lifting up.
Senator, you're going
She's like, and just pay attention, glance every now and then at her if you can, because not only does she lift up on her toes to get this baby bump in frame, she will continuously tilt that camera down more and more, which it goes to show you just how sick she is. She is in the court of law under oath, and she is repping this fake baby bump, okay? And all she cares about is trying to get Clay to see it, so maybe he will believe her, so she will be able to talk to him, and maybe he'll respond because she really is pregnant. See my bump, I really am pregnant. That is all she cares about. But that bump is starting at a normal position. It's a little bit lower where it would be. By the end of this, she's going to pull it up. You're going to see her pull it up, and it's going to be basically holstering up her boobs. That's how high it's going to get.
Is she friends with Ari by chance?
I know, right? I say, like, this is just like Letitia. Even if he believed her, what were you going to do? If he agreed to come to one of the sonograms, what were you going to do? But when you're dealing with a liar like this, they're not worried about what's going to happen in that situation. They're just worried about, let me tell this lie, and then I'll deal with that the next thing when I get there. And it's a real sickness. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
here that back in May of 2023, Laura Owens and Clayton Echard became intimate, which led to my client becoming pregnant with twins. And since May of 2023, Clayton has refused to believe that my client became pregnant. He's refused to believe that he's the father of these unborn children. And he has refused to work with my client to create a plan on how and if he wants to be a part of these future children's lives. Instead, Clayton turned to the internet. He's turned to his fans, he's turned to his followers, and he's spread rumors and lies about my client. Clayton has insinuated that my client lied about being pregnant. Clayton posted online about legal issues he knew little about regarding my client, Laura Owen, and a legal battle that she was involved with and is still involved with another individual. Clayton has posted about Laura that has led.
Now, that other individual, again, was Mark Gillespie. He was the male before Clay that she is actively in litigation with him, where she claimed to be pregnant with his twins as well. And he brought her to court, and we'll eventually go over that court hearing, but he brought her to court too over this. So she has this, it's not like a one-time thing. She has done this numerous times, but you have to also remember he was very much had a public presence. You know, he was the former Bachelor. So eventually he went to social media to garner support, and basically because she went to the media. I told you guys in the last episode, she went to the media and made these crazy claims against him and sabotaging his work relationships. So he put his side out publicly, and it was really the internet that really helped him and was able to find the sonograms that she was using and put together her lies. So my point is, social media was used and had a public, like a presence in this case at this point.
Wow.
Oh no, PB&J, she still stands adamant she miscarried. Like, this was all true.
No.
Harassment by his fans and followers. Laura has received harassing messages. Laura was asked to kill herself, and Laura has been staying inside to protect herself, which is why she's currently appearing via Microsoft Teams for this particular proceeding. And again, this all stemmed from Mr. Echard's post online. All communication from Laura to Clayton during these time periods that Mr. Echard put in his petition has been related to Laura's pregnancy with Mr. Echard's unborn children. It's also been related to what Mr. Echard would like to do moving forward with the unborn children, creating a parenting plan, and actually it's also in regard to potentially him taking down posts, which again led to harassment by his fans and followers. None of the communication that Laura directed at Clayton was for harassment purposes. All the communication was for legitimate purposes and a reasonable person in those same circumstances would not be seriously alarmed, ignored, or harassed by that communication. And at the end of this hearing, we're going to request that the injunction against harassment be dismissed or not issued. Thank you.
So for testimony purposes, Ms. Echard, I'm assuming you're going to be testifying, and then Ms. Owens, I'm assuming, is testifying, counsel.
Ms. Owens will be testifying, Your Honor.
So if I can have you both raise your right hands, you can be sworn in.
Of course, Miss Laura Owens will be testifying because a liar and a narcissist cannot help themselves. Really, she should not be. And I guarantee her lawyer advised her it would be best that she doesn't. She has a lawyer. But a good liar like that, cannot help themselves, and they'll always be willing to bury themselves.
Harmony?
Promise for the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I don't know, me, because
Yes,
some judges are more lax and lenient than others.
All right.
Personally,
Ms. Echard, if you want to go ahead and
yes,
begin with your presentation of your testimony.
Thank you. I think it is important to just provide a little bit of
You try to push that belly.
It is what he admitted. I do not believe that Laura is pregnant. I know we're not here to discuss that today, but because of the evidence I will present, I'll explain why.
So he said, 1, I do not believe Laura is pregnant. I know that's not what we're here to discuss today, but I just want to start because it's a huge part of his case.
I've been receiving unwanted messages for the last 5 months, and I have blocked this individual from all communication, yet they continue to send me messages. And I have asked this individual to early on do a paternity test.
Have fun, everyone.
She would not do it unless I were to date her exclusively. And so then Ms. Owens threatened to go public, which I have submitted that evidence today. But my reasoning for why I doubt her and why I have chosen to cut off all communication is because if I can submit Exhibit 32.
And what is Exhibit 32?
So Exhibit 32 is an ultrasound image that I was sent via email by.
Okay, Exhibit 32. This is why he does not believe she is pregnant, aside from what's going to come out as far as they did not have intercourse. But he is submitting an ultrasound exhibit. Okay, so here we go. Let's see what's wrong with the ultrasound.
Laura. No ultrasound report was provided. And when I asked to speak with a doctor, she would not allow me to talk to that doctor. We also did an early resolution conference in the last couple of weeks. The mediator asked for her to make that phone call to that facility to prove that she did have this do this ultrasound. She did not do it. She was not willing to make that phone call. And so with that picture and that picture alone, I believe it is photoshopped, and there is no report that she has been able to provide. And I've asked for it, and I would like a doctor to be able to stand behind that image, as I believe it's a fraudulent medical record that she has submitted to me via email.
Okay. Are you moving to admit Exhibit 32?
I would like to admit, yes, Exhibit 32.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. If I'm not mistaken, Exhibit 32, double check.
You see her adjusting.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, you know what?
It's
already higher.
All right, 32 will be admitted.
Thank you. May I continue?
Okay.
I would also like to admit Exhibit 36,
And so,
flash
before we get too much further, if you can just explain to me what you believe your relationship is.
Did she cut off the
or
sonogram
was
part where
with
it
Ms.
shows
Owen?
your
Part
last
of-
name and date and stuff, Melissa?
So we now know, okay, she took her sister, no, it wasn't her sister. She took a still sonogram image and she put her name and stuff on it.
Okay.
But she took a video sonogram from a YouTube video that was posted 7 years prior, identical of it. Like he was able to show the exact channel and video that it was taken from. And she clipped the pieces together and then put her own name on top of that. It was crazy.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like this court hearing, it really gives a good timeline. But the next one is when they both have attorneys, and it's like she claims to have miscarried at that point, where she's really like all the evidence that she submitted gets used against her. It's really intense.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
The reason it's an injunction is because of the relationship nature of it. I think that you listed.
Yeah,
as
YouTube
being
Mika's
not
aware.
an intimate relationship. So I guess maybe if you can clarify that for me.
So she said on your petition, you mentioned that you guys did not have like an intimate relationship. So if you could get into that for me.
Yes, Your Honor. Laura and I had engaged in oral sex one time. And to me, as I filed this, I did not believe that constituted a relationship of any kind, as it was a one-time thing.
Okay, thank you. Right, go ahead, sorry.
Exhibit 36, I would like to admit that as well. This is a flash
Maybe,
drive
Chris.
file. This was
Laura's killing me.
by Laura
Yeah,
Owen
I know.
through email. She, in this email, which I actually have, can I submit multiple at one time or no? Or reference them at least for now?
Okay.
So Exhibit 18 is a screenshot of the email that she had sent me with this ultrasound video that she claimed was, you see on there, I don't know, 1,000,000% real
Suggesting
ultrasound
it.
video. I mean, that's not.
So that's the email I showed you guys that she sent him this ultrasound video, and attached she said, here is my proof of the ultrasound that is 100,000,000% real. Okay. Well, spoiler alert, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was clipped together from a 7-year-old YouTube video.
I guess I just think it's so bold as well. I think it's just so bold as well with advancements today. Like you can do some like pre-paternity, testing. Like this is bold.
Far. This is why I'm saying, like, I know I'm not doing it justice, but like she takes it so far as from stealing HCG hormone, stealing sonograms. You'll see, she took paternity testing that comes up with little to no fetal DNA. Like she has taken it so far, it's crazy. Yes. Oh my God, I'm so excited.
But then I uncovered the Exhibit 34. This is a YouTube video from over 6 years ago. And that video has the video that she sent me within it. And so Exhibit 36 is the video that she sent me, and then the video on YouTube. And as you play both of them out, you can see that they are identical videos. She had cut a portion from the YouTube video and claimed.
Well, and not to pause it again, sorry for interrupting it, but I will say there was a court hearing before this one, and he was trying to pursue a protection order, and it was a male judge, and they were both in court at the time. And it upset me because the male judge, essentially, he was older. I don't want to say he wasn't up with technology, but he had no interest when Clay was trying to show and play the video from 7 years ago to the one she sent him. And he's basically like, all sonograms look the same. But his argument was, she's clearly pregnant. You know, she's in the courtroom, she has the bump, and I can understand to a degree, like maybe thinking like, oh, a guy just doesn't want to own up to getting the girl pregnant, but clearly she's pregnant. It also pissed me off because I feel like that's a little bit manipulative and always going in the favor of the female, right? Clearly she has a baby bump. Clearly she's pregnant. But if he was willing to look at the evidence he was actually showing her, it would be very obvious that it was the same sonogram. It was identical, you know, and just to jump to this conclusion that again, where the woman always has to be right, you know, and a man can't be abused. And this is abuse, period. I don't like that, you know, and I feel bad that he was shot down when he didn't have a lawyer, but two, because he was just being looked at as a guy who didn't want to own up to a pregnancy, and she's clearly pregnant. Well, I hope that judge rethinks his actions now, knowing that she wasn't. She was not.
Oh, that's scary.
Mm-hmm.
It to be her own when it was somebody else's. And so I would like to, I'd like to admit at least Exhibit 36, but also 34 and 18 to prove that she did in fact send this to me via email. And as 18 and 34 show.
Yes, Phoebe and Jade,
then
twice.
To admit 36 because that is the visual proof that
She starts to rub.
Videos are identical.
Any objection to 18?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't think there's enough foundation for the different things that Mr. Echard is stating. It sounds like something was sent to him, and I don't know what websites that he's going to get these. And the things that he's claiming in here, he's saying that these are identical. I don't know if he can testify that these are in fact identical.
I don't know.
Okay. So 18 appears to be kind of a screenshot of almost similar to 32, but I think it's closer to matches with 34, but I think 18 is the one that actually was sent to him. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So do you have a specific objection to 18? Or objection?
Because that's what was sent
more
to him.
related.
Yeah. Wait, 17, 18.
18, I think, was the one that was sent to him. So do you have something specific about that exhibit?
Fetal, look at her going on her tiptoes. Look at that. And she's starting to rub, but she gets frustrated that her bump isn't in frame enough. And so she goes farther.
She's not really wearing anything that would accentuate it.
Mm-hmm.
So, Mr. Echard, if you can just outline for the court specifically the way that you received it.
Did she raise her hand?
Yes, I was sent this by Laura
She'll
Owen.
do that a couple of times.
As you can see in the screenshot.
To get
this was
attention.
sent From her.
Mm-hmm.
What date?
The date of it was October 6th at 4:39 p.m.
Look at her going up and up.
Please tell me the judge says something.
Any objection
No.
to 18?
Your Honor.
18 will be admitted.
Right?
And then 34, give me more information about when and where you received it.
Yes, Tess.
So Exhibit 34, I uncovered as I had questioned the validity of Exhibit 18, what she sent me. I did not believe that it was in her ultrasound. So I started to look online.
Look at her looking down
and
at it,
I
adjusting
found
it.
this YouTube video. And upon playing it, I found that the video that she had sent to me is within that YouTube video.
Yeah, Christine.
Objections to 34.
There you are.
34 will be admitted. And then objections to 36.
There you are.
Right, so 36 will be admitted.
Look at her lifting up and rubbing
Yes,
it.
I would like to.
So they got her
I would also like
boobs.
to discuss
Mhm.
Exhibit 30.
Look, you can, sorry, but you can see every time she keeps going on her tippy toes. You see her doing the tippy toes. She is so sick in the head. Not only is she lying about this, her sole focus of being here and concern isn't the lies and all. Do you know how bad it is to submit false evidence into court? Because that's what she's charged with. She's submitted a bunch of false, fake, fabricated evidence into court, multiple different courts for multiple different cases. But her only concern is hoping that Clay will look at that camera that shows her on the screen and sees this baby bump as if that's just going to make him believe her.
I would also like to discuss Exhibit 30. So Exhibit 30 entails a prior court case with this individual. And the reason why I bring it up is because of the repeated or similar patterns of behavior that
When
Ms.
she
Owens
went to
has
trial
exhibited. In this
in
exhibit,
January for Linda.
there is an ultrasound in which she presented to this individual, and then it was found that through a reverse Google image search that she had taken that from online as well.
So he's referring to Mark Gillespie again, the case before him. She's done this to another guy, but he's trying to submit evidence from that court hearing that showed a sonogram she had sent Mark Gillespie. They reversed Google search and found it on Google. She had stolen that sonogram photo, but the judge, and you'll see, because again, the second day of this hearing, he has counsel. The attorney that helped in the Mark Gillespie case came and helped Clay, and she was very familiar. But at that point, given that he had already finished his testimony, the judge wasn't letting her retry the case, essentially, but she comes in like a bat out of hell, desperately trying to get the judge to see how identical these two cases were. She had done this to a guy before him. And thank you, Midnight Lays. Thank you so much. Congratulations, whoever got that.
It's just strange how she goes to like, I want you around, to just like litigious for false reasons.
She just wanted to be with him. She just wanted him to agree to date her, and then she'd agree to doing an abortion so that way she didn't need to provide the children, but she could essentially still date. A contract, Shay. Sign this. And then also in that contract, that last part was you cannot pursue any legal claims for anything against one another. She knew what she was doing.
Yeah, just like seems so sad. Like, why would you want to put a contract to date somebody and know that they really don't want to be with you?
I think when you're sick in the head like that, you're missing the emotional part, and things become very black and white and jagged, and that's any normal person would think what you're thinking. What sense would
Right.
that make, right? But not in her brain for whatever reason. And Pink Pan, that's a great question. Once she knew she was busted, why didn't she walk away? And that's why I say she reminds me so much of Letitia Stout, because the lies upon the lies upon the lies, like it's going to become insane with the lies. Why wouldn't you just walk away? And she hadn't done this just with one. She's done this with 3 guys so far. And I don't know. You would think she would learn after being in court with the last guy, but she doesn't.
I mean, good for Clayton that he knows that they only had oral,
Yeah.
That could be a much worse feeling, but I could still see her messing with his head, like you said.
Yeah, it gaslights you, yeah.
In this case as well, she states that she became pregnant by this individual, and she also claims that she was
Miraculous baby Jesus.
twins after one sexual encounter. And so the parallels between
Why is it always
in
twins?
this individual's case, I think it's important to bring that to light and admit that as well, because this individual has displayed repeated patterns of behavior. And I think that's important to note as to why I question the validity of this individual's claims.
And where did you obtain this document?
I obtained this document from this court. I came in here, it's publicly accessible. So I came here and I searched it, and there's about 14 pages in this that I printed off. There's more in the court system, but I consolidated it to bring out the documents that referenced similar instances. And so this individual that she had brought this claim against also questioned if she was pregnant or not. It does state in here that she provided sonographic images And then a reverse Google image search revealed the images were identical to a sonogram found on a blog post from 2015. And then within this document, it shows the pictures that were submitted to the court, the ultrasound in question. And then I'd also like to bring to, in this document, in the picture, it says that she'd sent to him, it looks like you're going to be a dad to 1 or 2 babies. And so she again states that she was pregnant with twins with this individual. And then on one of the last pages of this document that I had pulled out, it was noted in this court case, the plaintiff reportedly fabricated a pregnancy and subsequent abortion in the past during a relationship with a Michael Maricini in 2016.
See, another guy, Mark Velazzi and Michael Sheen.
I do not know the specifics of all of these cases, but I do want to bring this to light and submit it admit the exhibit because of the repeated patterns of behavior that I think are important to note, because contextually speaking, that is part of the reason why I will then present my evidence towards why I feel I'm harassed, because I do not believe what this individual is stating. I don't believe anything that she's saying, and these are the reasons why.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this being entered.
What do you think the
This is an
judge is thinking
ongoing
right
case.
now?
We don't know what claims
I think it's very tricky because, again, your brain kind of goes towards, look, she clearly has a baby bump. And does this guy just scared of becoming a dad, doesn't want to own up to his responsibilities? So I get that it's tricky. But when it comes down to the evidence, okay, I think the judge figures out towards the end based on her actions and stuff. But at the next hearing, like I said, once she claims to have miscarried and all of this evidence being demanded, like she really gets hung up. Like that's why this is like a good foundation to unraveling all of her lies at the next court hearing. And this attorney that represents her eventually no longer would represent her and apologized to Clay and showed support of him because he realized he was lied to and everything she sent him was fabricated.
Oh, yeah. I bet he was just like, what the hell, man? Like, that's just wrong.
Yep.
are not true within this exhibit. I don't think that it's appropriate, and I don't think that it's relevant to Mr. Echard's petition in this specific matter.
So one of the allegations is a pattern of behavior of accusing men of getting pregnant in his petition. So I guess that's what he's.
Look at her raising her hand.
Hang on, Ms. Owens, just a minute. I think that's one of the allegations in his petition, but.
Again, Your Honor, this is an ongoing case. We don't know what the result of this specific case regarding this exhibit is. We don't know anything about this case. We have it looks like this is some sort of complaint. It looks like it's a motion to dismiss, I'm sorry. Or there's several documents here. I don't think that this is relevant for this particular case. I think that this is speculation. These are claims that other people have made. I think this is hearsay. I don't think it's admissible for this type of hearing.
All right. So I'm not going to be able to admit Exhibit 30. I do agree that there's a complaint and a motion to dismiss, but whether or not there's significant information enough to be able to support that, and whether you have any knowledge of it, is I think I'm not going to be able to admit that exhibit. Ms. Owens is raising her hand, but your attorney is here. So did you have a question?
No, he covered everything.
Yeah, Miss Ma'am, you have an attorney, especially when he's doing his own testimony. There's no reason for you to be raising your hand and inserting anything at this point.
Look at me.
And he's going to be speaking on your behalf unless you're testifying, so.
I would like to
Okay.
testify.
Yeah, we know you.
And
do.
you'll have your
of
chance
course.
to testify, but you can't testify in the middle of his testimony, and then your
Right.
attorney needs to be the one that speaks on your behalf, unless it's your testimony, okay?
Okay.
Samantha.
All right,
Yeah,
check
shut
with
your
you.
lying mouth.
Yes, now.
Well,
I
you guys have to
see
remember, when she's appearing in Zoom, basically where the camera is where the little television screen is for him to see her. He never once looks at her, and that's why she's trying so hard to get him to look, because he refused to look at her. It's January 2026, and I will be covering it, guys. That's why I want to go over this and get us all familiar, because this trial, everything's going to come in to prove all of her lies. It's going to be amazing, because it's, obviously the prosecution that it's going to come in with all of the exhibits she has submitted, everything she has stated under oath, all of the frivolous court cases she's filed against him. It's going to be epic. And so I show you guys the body cam footage that had just been released like last week of her. Oh my God, it's so much. It's crazy. What she has done is crazy.
She's got to be embarrassed for herself.
People like this aren't, Shay. People like this aren't. She has no shame, because if she felt embarrassed, she has done this, like I said, 2 other times. But the last guy, Mark Gillespie, and you'll hear him come into play, he'll be in the this courtroom on the second day. You would think after that's in court and your lies are you would fold, right? Be embarrassed. She doesn't. She doesn't. They don't get embarrassed. They don't feel normal emotions like we do.
Does she have like people supporting her that believe her?
Her parents, her mom's complicit from what it appears to be. Yeah, but no, not really from what I can see.
Oh, like a Corey Richards mom.
Mm-hmm.
Documents, and I had them set in an order. So the very first one.
Yes, LA.
Exhibit 1. This is just showing all of the files that I have accrued. There's often 2 to 3 emails that she sends me a day. She started sending me emails, harassing emails on the 6th of June, and she is still sending me emails as of yesterday. And so Exhibit 1 is just showing the frequency of her harassment from a bird's eye view.
And so when you get the email from her, tell me how this gets created.
Yes, so when she sends me emails, I screenshot them and then I place them into these files so that I have them for a record.
Yes, Samantha.
Any objection to Exhibit 1?
Yes, Your Honor. Again, I don't think that the frequency of emails is something that would indicate harassment without something more. If there's communication back and forth between emails, then the frequency of how many times somebody sends an email, I might send 60 a day, but the frequency of emails between, I believe, May to now, and I don't know how many these are. We don't see the emails in here. There's nothing to say that this, in fact, is harassment within the meaning of the statute. So for those reasons, I'm objecting to this.
So her lawyer is going to argue it doesn't matter that there's over 500 emails, because he's blocked her on text messages. So emailing was the only form of communication. The fact that the context of the emails being discussing the pregnancy and the pursuit of this family court matter, it would not constitute harassment, because she is reaching out to discuss specifically the pregnancy and how to move forward in family court.
But okay, take the subject off the table. But MJ, isn't just the attempt of her trying to contact him that much more of the issue?
Yes, I would think so, and you'll see it towards the end of this. Okay. He's asking, hey, before we continue to day 2, like a week, 2 weeks had elapsed between. He's like, he was asking the court, please, no contact. Like, please ask her not to reach out to me anymore. But her attorney argued for her that because of the family court issue and them having to go to court the day after this hearing, that she should still be able to contact him regarding the paternal matters. And that's crazy because they don't have to have private communication even if she was indeed pregnant. They don't, handle everything in court. But
Right.
I don't understand. So they kept it limited to the matters of the family case.
Wow.
Yeah, so there's that. Yep. It's I'm telling you, like, just wait with me, stay along for this ride, and by then you're gonna be like, what in, because it's not just a matter of her claiming to be pregnant. It's what all of the lies and everything she did, again, down to stealing HCG to get a false positive test. Like, it is crazy what she's done.
I wish you would stay and frame because I'd like to see what facial reaction she's making to his
Yeah.
exhibits.
Oh, we will. Don't worry. We will at the next one.
Okay.
Being admitted.
All right, over your objection, I'll admit Exhibit 1.
Yes, Neat Noodle.
Thank you. Can I continue? Exhibit 2, a lot of these next exhibits are all going to be phone numbers that Laura has contacted me from. She has contacted me from 13 different phone numbers, and I finally stopped blocking the 13th one because I knew that she just would continue to create a Google Voice phone number. And so this first one, it says in the text message, it's Laura, please unblock and then she shows her number. That was her original number. And so I would like to admit these one by one to show again the many different times that she has continually contacted me after blocking her from different phone numbers.
Yes.
This is a text
PB&J.
message from when, do you know?
Unfortunately, I don't. It just says text message from today. Again, I was screenshotting these as I received them. I received these over the last 5 months. As far as what exact day, I'm not right now. I'm not aware, and I don't know if there's.
Can you approximate when this message came in, or you don't know?
Same.
To be honest with you, Your Honor, as far as when this one came in versus the other ones, I don't know. This one says, I have it down here as her blocked cell number 12, so this was probably one of her last ones that she had sent to me. And I would say that I think this one came through probably about a month ago, because since then she resorted back to sending me emails because she put a mail tracker on the messages. So she was able to see when I was reading them. But during this period of time, when she was sending these text messages, I was not opening her messages. And so she knew through her mail tracker that I wasn't reading them. So she decided to go about the Google
Can't he
Voice,
just turn his settings off so this
manner
doesn't
in
make him
order to get
aware?
them to me, because she could see that I was not opening her emails.
Okay, so you have
I'm not
this
sure.
one you believe is from one of the 12.
So she would be creating new Google numbers and everything because, again, he had her blocked from calling and texting him. So she would create new numbers to reach out, but email was the only thing that she was able to just continuously communicate. But yeah, he had it on like where his read receipts were there, so she would be able to see every time he read it but didn't respond.
It's like mental torment.
Yeah.
Her false cell phone number that she was using.
Correct, yes. Well, each of these came from Laura, yes.
Okay. Any objection to 2?
Yes, Your Honor. Again, Mr. Echard must show that there is harassment. When I look at this text message, I don't see anything that is even remotely close to harassing here. It's a text message indicating to him that they're having a boy and girl. She has an ultrasound.
Listen to that. I'm not arguing that she's going out of her way to continuously make contact with him, but it doesn't constitute harassment because the context of the messages consist of him. Look, she's just saying, hey, I'm reaching out on another number, even though I'm blocked, to let you know we're having a boy and a girl, and I have another ultrasound scheduled on this day. So see, Your Honor, it's all about their paternity. It's regarding the pregnancy. So it's not
And
harassment.
it sounds like she never invites him to any of these appointments. So why would he ever want to respond?
Exactly. I do not blame him for not responding at all.
If she sent an invite, I'm sure he'd be like, "Yeah, let's go right now. Let's get this shit
Oh,
underway."
for sure. That's why she was desperately trying to get him to see her baby bump, to get him to believe she is pregnant and drop all of this. And okay, let's go run off together. And I will prove that, like, how did she think this was going to work out? Even if he said, okay, when you go to meet up, you don't have a bump, you don't have a belly there. But again, liars like this don't think ahead. They don't care. They'll figure it out then.
Maybe she needs to go spend a day in prison with Jodi Arias. I don't think she's too far from there.
Yeah. Well, and Tiffany, that's why when they go to trial, she's going to be up and they're going to prove all the evidence of all these lies. And I can't wait because she's adamant she was pregnant every time. Every time.
Wouldn't it be funny if they called in the woman, the sonogram she stole from? That's what.
Yes, they very well might, Shay. That's what I'm saying. This trial is going to be crazy. And Kiki says it's funny how different this hearing was compared to the next when he has legal counsel. His attorney obliterates her the next two hearings. Yes, that's why I said the second half of this, when they come back on the second day, the attorney that worked on the case for the guy before Clay, because he garnered that public attention, joins in. And the second half of this hearing, she obliterates Laura. But then, yes, then there's the second court case that she claims to have lost the babies and she gets obliterated. It's really, and the whole, like, all of the rows are filled with people from public support, and she was like, I don't feel like I could testify, honestly, because I feel like everyone's against me, because they would laugh when she'd say something absolutely ridiculous. It's really good. Yeah, YouTubers found the watermark in the sonogram she sent. It's epic. I don't know, Miko Zadora, because honestly, people like her, again, firmly and adamantly believe they could get away with it, God, these liars.
The show. I just don't see anything in here that is even related to the petition itself that shows
Yeah,
that
right?
this is harassment, that he was annoyed, alarmed, harassed in any way. This is simply a text message.
Well, I mean, part of his, petition is the high volume of those, and that ultimately he can testify whether he was annoyed or harassed by these. So I'm going to admit Exhibit 2 over the objection.
Thank you. Again, Exhibit 3, just to make this, again, I want to be respectful of everyone's time here. This is, again, another cell phone that she had contacted me from, so I'd like to admit this one as well for the same reasons as Exhibit 2.
Your Honor, it sounds like there's going to be a number of different cell phone screenshots submitted to the court, and I just want to make record sure that I am objecting to all of these based on the same reasons I was objecting in Exhibit 2. So,
Okay.
Yeah, Kiki.
So,
You're probably right.
Just repeat myself over and over again.
okay.
Mhm.
And so,
Also, they had a website dedicated to her.
this Exhibit
Yes.
3,
It's wild.
it has that similar language, the police and blocks the original number. So you're telling me this came from Laura, but from another block number.
Correct.
All right, I'll admit 3 over the objection.
Judge is like, what did I get myself into?
4 also sent from Laura. This one says that she couldn't get into Google Voice, had to make a new number. So again, this one just shows that she was in fact using Google Voice and creating more and more numbers in order to harass me. And yes, I did feel harassed because I did not want these messages. This one you can see I did respond to, and what I said is how I felt. I was asking for her to schedule the paternity test, which she continuously declined unless I were to date her exclusively. But for the purposes of this text message, it was another unwanted text message that she had sent my way.
So tell me a little bit more about the dating thing.
Oh, she's like, tell me.
Yes, so you can
Yes, please do tell us a bit more. And sadly, this is why being a pro se litigant, it's always best to have counsel because they know what's relevant, what's not relevant, what to really focus on. That dating contract is essentially blackmail. Okay. When you look at it in context with the email she was sending, that if you do not sign this, I will be having a baby. If you do agree to date me exclusively, I'll consider an abortion. You know, like it is extremely relevant and important.
And this exhibit here, she said, guessing you won't read this, but I made you a pretty good offer. Meet up tonight to discuss the pregnancy and the possibility of dating. But regardless of the outcome, I will schedule a test with Rabjin tomorrow. So her stipulation for taking a paternity test early on has always been that she would only do the test if I were to date her exclusively for 2 weeks. Then she dropped it to a week, and I did not agree to any of that.
How crazy.
I simply just said, as it says in here, drop the dating stipulation, schedule the test, pay for the first part of it, then email me when you schedule it, and I will schedule my part. So I had continuously tried to figure this out, and she would not.
So it was not only, you know, the abortion, I guess once time passed during that abortion period, then it turned into, I will only take a paternity test to prove you are the father, because you'll hear he's not denying that she may be pregnant. You know, he can't say you're not pregnant, but I'm denying that you're pregnant with my babies.
He said I didn't even put the tip in.
Yeah, I haven't put the tip in, but she gaslit him for a second there to believe that you did put the tip in, but he's like, you just went down on me one night. That's it.
Test unless I were to date her.
And this Rabjin is the
it is the facility that provided the test so that you can test for a prenatal paternity test for twins.
okay. All right, I'll admit 4 over the objection.
5 again is another text message. From her again, saying that she doesn't know how to use this app. She's referencing Google Voice. She said, I'd like to meet, no strings attached. I did not want to meet with her. She's asked me to do multiple times. I do not feel safe meeting with her because I'm not sure what she would claim if we were to meet up. I don't have any reason to meet up with her. So this is
Probably best.
that she sent me that
Yeah.
was unwanted and very harassing.
Over the objection, I'll admit 5.
6 again. Another text message says she should change her number. I would like to admit this one as well for the same reasons as the previous messages.
All right, and this is another different number than previously.
Agreed, Stephanie.
Yes. And then there's
She's
actually another one I
dangerous.
would even just like to highlight. She said she threatened to.
You should not procreate.
Which I will.
They did
submitting my
PB&J,
evidence for that, but she
according to
threatened,
him.
to go to the media, which she ended up doing. This text message just proves that she was again looking to defame me through basically whether we date or leak this to the media. She threatened me to go to the media.
And that's true, Shay. I went over her emails to him in the last episode. But she said, if you don't date me, you know, I'm going to the media. And she did. And he was doing he was going to be a speaker at Hope, which is a suicide prevention organization. And she reached out to them and CC'd him on the email and said that I'm pregnant with his twins. He's denying being the father. He wants absolutely nothing to do with me. But here is also, I'm attaching a letter that I sent him where I was borderline suicidal myself. And this is how he has treated me. So if you want someone to speak on suicide prevention when he was the reason that I nearly unalived myself, that's up to you. But I'm including him on this. It was insanity. It was like Johnny Depp, Amber Heard type shit. Like it was crazy, directly going. So again, not just blowing him up, his parents up, and then any affiliation he had business wise to destroy his career. If you don't date me, I'm going to do this. And then she follows through.
That's scary.
Yeah.
This text message, amongst other times she threatened me.
All right. I'll admit
Yes.
6 over rejection.
7, similar thing again.
Yep.
She stated this time she would do it with no strings attached. I had then responded by saying, let's schedule the paternity test regardless. But she was asking for this agreement and that we needed to meet up for a good faith consultation. Again, I did not feel safe
Good
meeting up
faith
with her one-on-one.
consultation.
What is that?
So I disagreed with it.
Exactly.
So this is another text message that
She was
decided
just
to send
trying to get him to
from a
beat
different
her.
number. These are all, as I can just a reference. These are every single one of these, as you can see at the top.
You look
they're all
so
different
pretty,
numbers,
Marie
but
Julie. I
they're all
love your
coming from a
photo.
different number every time.
Note 7 of the objection.
Oh my god.
Another text message, she just states that she sent an email to Ravjan.
It's worth
And
a
then
shot.
she threatened, "You sure you want me to go to the public instead of meet up?" So those were the options. Either we meet up or she goes public with the information.
I'll admit 8 over the objection.
9, another message that she's I didn't block. As you can see, she sent multiple messages before I decided to block her. And she was asking for a good faith consultation. Again, she was trying to meet up with me. For what reason, I can only speculate, but I did not feel comfortable doing so. And so
Don't do it.
Yeah, she's gonna do it. You know she's gonna.
And can you
Whoop.
elaborate on
Look at that bump. It's getting higher.
Very enticing offer. What that means?
So to be honest with you, I don't remember exactly what her offer was. She made multiple ones, but they all centered around a very similar. If we meet up and we tried to date, it was 2 weeks, and it became 1 week, then it became just meet up for this tonight, this good faith consultation. And she would make a lot of promises as far as, once we do this, then I will go take the test. But again, I did not feel safe being with her one-on-one. I did ask actually to meet up with in the courts, or I said we could even meet up.
Smart.
At one point, I said a coffee shop where people were around, and she declined that and said, no, we need to meet up in private.
No.
I said no to that.
You don't meet up with this woman in private.
And blocked her again on this phone number.
All right, I'll admit 9 over the objection.
Look at her on her tippy toes.
Again, 10, this is another phone number. She mentions going dark on her, which is a reference to me not responding to her. Again, just to highlight that she has been consistently.
And I love how she
harassing
opts to
me not
stand instead of
responding to her
sitting
for the
down
large
like she did at the
majority,
beginning.
of
Because
these
she wants
messages.
that
The only
bump to
time
be
that
seen.
I was often responding was to try to get a paternity test scheduled. Outside of that, I did not. I had little to no interaction with her. And so at this point, she references here, I will cancel the Ravjan appointment. She had scheduled one, paid the $750 for it. But then in the past, as she had stated,
double hand
that
rub.
she would end up canceling these. So it was just a show on her side of
Do you see how she has to constantly pull the shirt? Kind of like how you do sometimes if like your bra's kind of like showing a little bit. She does that right between her breasts under there because it's a fake bump. And so that line that shows that bump was showing. So she has to keep doing that, adjusting her shirt so that bump won't be there and it be obviously a fake baby bump she's wearing. Now, I don't know if it's one that completely goes over the breasts or one she pulls up. They have very good ones that you could use, but her shirt is tight, so she keeps pulling and adjusting so that you can't see that marking.
And even if she was wearing paternity pants with the stretch, I do know like it does go up and sometimes you have to adjust it, but
yeah,
it doesn't it'll roll over and fold when you're sitting down.
Yes.
Like so your maneuver to fix it looks different. You actually fix it on your sides, not on the front.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Say, yes, I'm trying to do this test, but when it came down to it, she always placed stipulations whenever I responded to her. So at this point, when she said I'd spend $750, I did not respond to this and block this phone number because I was not taking any of what she was saying seriously. Because every time I would ask, okay, let's do this, she'd bring a stipulation on board.
Submit 10 over the objection.
11. So again, similar thing. I think this is around the same time. She said she'll tell Ravjan that we don't want the appointment next week. But
neat noodle.
I couldn't be more steadfast in my decision not to take it early without the stipulation. So again, the stipulation is the only way, as she says here, and then she says, anyway, I hate to go to the press, but that was your decision as well, and I respect it. And then she even says, she tries to talk about making an offer on a property for real estate, but so again, I don't understand why.
Yes, but
as clearly there's no relationship here or any interest in me
See,
wanting to talk.
just
but yet
that
she was
shirt.
trying to have any type of discussion with me, but again, she says here
Bump's
stipulation.
getting higher and higher.
The test, and so I end up
It's
blocking
too
it.
high.
It's getting. I told you it's going to be looking up her boobs by the end.
She's gonna have a moob.
12, again, this one, she said she wants to do the test. I then said, you want to do the test and the stipulations.
But you
She's
can
gonna be
tell she's
forced by
not
the
paying
court to invest
attention
in me.
to really anything he's saying. Her only concern is trying to get him to look over at the camera to see that bump.
So the second I found out that she, again, I asked, she'd do no stipulation. She ended up saying, you have to meet up with me. And then she says down here, I said, you're willing to meet up in a very public place.
Up on the
Take
toes
test
again.
afterwards. So no, it's with a week worth of stipulations and hopefully more. So again,
Oh,
she
for
stated
sure,
that,
Tiffany.
after she said she wants to take the test, she then confirmed that she was not willing to take the test unless the stipulations were added.
Ordinance 12, open section.
13, again, another message from Laura, different number. I asked her if she'll meet up at the court with a mediator present. She said that's not how it goes. We can meet up just us, and I will withdraw the request for sanctions. And then again, I said, would you meet up in a public location? This thing was cut off. It was in another text message, but she ended up disagreeing to, or not being willing to meet publicly. She said we had to meet privately, and so then I blocked her on this phone number as well.
Ordinance 13, nobody objections.
Okay. How am I doing on time?
You have about 10 minutes.
That's okay.
Maybe 15 minutes.
I want to skip now. I want to make sure I get to the ones that I really want to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Exhibit 15. Laura sent me a very alarming message stating that she was going to kill herself if I do not remove it was a video that I posted to my Instagram. So Laura has claimed that my responses online are meant to defame her, but that is not the case. Laura decided to not leak the story to the Sun originally, and she leaked it with her.
Which she did. Again, she said, if you don't answer me, if you don't date me, I'm going to the media and I'm leaking this story claiming you're this biggest piece of shit and you won't own up to these children, denying my pregnancy. Cocky. Again, these liars, man, right? And she did, and that's when he went to his following and basically brought them along, and they really did help. Like this is when some social media can actually do good, because they helped be able to find with reverse imaging and searching like the sonograms that she had sent him and stuff like that. So I'm glad. And eventually they were able to put his story together with Mark Lepsby's and stuff and find that she has a long history of this.
So concerning.
Yeah, not the second half of this one. The next one where she claims to have miscarried and stuff, they're all in court, along with the whole courtroom is filled. And she gets up on the stand and they have the pictures and evidence they'll show on the big overhead projector in the courtroom. It's intense. We're going to hear her testify very shortly.
But what
Look
she
at her
did
lifting.
do is she mentioned to them that we had an active court case. So that active court case, she is the one that brought that against me. In that court case, her name was on the court documents. So she ended up then bringing that, figuring out once this was leaked to the Sun, they submitted the story, and then it stated that within that document that there was an active court case with me. People then
Every time she squats, she's adjusting it.
So this email right here, she was.
My God, woman.
You could tell she's adjusting because her hands go on the center. Look at her.
Making these claims. I just made a statement of the facts, so they were making these claims.
Well, she's just not paying attention.
The court case
Well, and she keeps pushing it up higher and higher. That's why by the end I keep saying it's going to be higher. That's why I said pay attention in the beginning where it starts. It was the appropriate spot, but because she can't really position her belly in the frame that she wants to, her idea is to keep pushing it up so it's more in the frame, but it becomes ridiculous and starts growing between her breasts.
Just surprised the judge hasn't been like, ma'am, you're distracting.
Shay, the way I know you weren't here last episode, but I spoiled it and I showed how this court hearing ends. Girl,
Okay.
you're gonna laugh your ass off.
Okay.
And then from there, I do have a large following. I am a public figure. I was just a celebrity, I suppose. I don't like that word.
Hey, Shacto.
But I have a large following.
Hey.
And that audience, I cannot control what they do. But they then went.
Well, she
and
can be
found that
sitting
court case in
too,
the system,
Bible.
And found
Look at her
name,
double-
and started to talk about her online. And then
Cocky line.
Laura, I assume, was feeling the pressure from it being online and her name being out there. She then sends me this alarming message, which again I felt was harassing, but to threaten to kill herself. I don't think anybody should ever receive a message such as that.
Manipulative.
All right.
No, I'm
I don't
gonna,
like that.
continue to object for the same reasons that the other exhibits 2 through 11, actually 2 through 13, for the same reasons. I don't think that,
Right.
again, this is showing that this is harassment by sending an email to him, asking him to take down.
Bless him. Listen, I don't think that, sending just the emails threatening to him. She was threatening to take her own life and putting that on his shoulders if he doesn't remove videos and do this. Like, that is highly inappropriate and unfair.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since she was the one who went to the public media, leaked this story, but the court case that she leaked attached had her name. So when he spoke to his following, they were able to find it very easily because you leaked it.
I just don't like that type of manipulation at all.
No, it's fucked up. It's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Posts or saying that maybe she is suicidal. And for those reasons, I'm requesting that this not be admitted into evidence.
Look at
Right,
her.
I'll
It's
admit
getting so
15
high.
over the objection.
Thank you.
Samantha, me too.
Come back to that. Let's see, I just want to make sure if I have some on that time here.
Look at her lifting all the way up. God.
Oh my God.
Like, we see it. Look,
I'll
we see
jump
her
ahead
attorney.
here
That's when her attorney is looking. Each one, wherever the camera's facing, is where their screen is. So you could see the attorney's looking at her, but
Yeah.
he never once looks at her.
And that bump is too high.
It gets higher, Shay. It gets higher. All she cared was that she could push it as much up in the frame as she can and bring attention to rubbing it. She's not sitting down. She's standing up this entire hearing.
This is wild.
I will jump ahead here just to Exhibit 23. So Laura has contacted multiple nonprofits that I work for in attempts to defame me and basically get them to not work with me. So in this email here, she sent this to the Arizona FCC. This was I just spoke actually at this HOPE conference. I'm a mental health advocate. And so Laura began to blackmail me and reach out to individuals that she had seen that I interacted with online. So I'd like to admit this as evidence that, again, she was harassing me through reaching out to individuals close to me.
What is she doing?
And how did you get this? It was sent to you as well?
She copied me on email.
Okay, and when was this sent?
This was sent on August 3rd, 2023.
Okay.
Look at her face.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm going to object because this appears to be an email that Mr. Echard was either to or CC'd on that indicates Laura's reasoning for why she believes that he shouldn't be a speaker at this conference. Again, this isn't harassment, and it doesn't seem like it was directed toward him. It was directed, although he was CC'd in the email, or he was in the email, it was directed to the HOPE conference.
that this is the email we read the last live. So this is where she reached out again to the Hope organization and said he shouldn't be speaking on suicide prevention. Here, I am including attached is our paternity case in family court, his emails to me, and here is my suicide letter that I sent to him that he didn't care about. So if you want to have him speak at your conference, I guess go ahead, but he's a piece of shit and it'll look bad for you guys. And they didn't have him speak. It was fucked up. And she CC'd him on that email to them. And so her lawyer's arguing, well, it wasn't even an email to him. He was CC'd, but this is just her sharing her story, of why she believes he shouldn't be a speaker. Come on, dude.
In relation to whether he should be speaking at this based on what was going on and his credibility. I don't think this would be appropriate to be admitted in this case. This wasn't directed toward him for harassment purposes, because it shouldn't be admitted.
Yeah, that is kind of harassing.
23 over
Yeah.
objection.
I would like to
I mean,
now
it's like
go
just
to,
constant
Exhibit
sabotage.
26.
Yep.
This email was sent by Laura threatening to sue me, again, with the videos that I was posting in order to protect my own image. My image is how I make my money, and I make my money online, mental health advocate. Also, being a public figure, I have brand deals and such and companies that I work with. So everything that I've stated, I've never once mentioned her name. And
Well,
public,
one-night
and
blowjob,
this
Kimberly.
email, as I put up a video to protect my own integrity and protect my own reputation, Laura threatened to sue me with a massive lawsuit and stated she had an unlimited
Hi,
budget
Julie.
to sue me, which I felt was very harassing in nature.
Is this the same video that was the previous nature of the other email that she was asking to take down? Or is that something?
I believe this one was, to be honest with you, again, I put up a few messages or videos. I believe that was referencing that
She
video.
always did.
Where again, I believe it was either that, but to be honest with you, I'm not sure if it was that one or if it was the one where I stated I had scheduled a prenatal paternity test and I was waiting for her to schedule her portion. I submitted I think I put 3 or 4 public statements online, and every time she had threatened me to take it down or face legal action.
Any objection to 26?
Yes, Your Honor, same thing that I've been objecting for this entire time. I don't think that this email specifically shows that she was trying to harass him. I don't think that is relevant to the petition. And for those reasons, I don't think this should be admitted.
I'll admit 26 over the objection.
Thank you.
Judge is like, keep them coming.
Anything else? I guess I will go to Exhibit
Judge
19
has
now.
just at this
This
point.
is again another email that I was copied on. Laura had sent this to my father. Sent a long email basically saying that I blocked her and that
Stop.
hopefully he could get through to me and get me to end up talking with her. So I want to admit this just to show that she went to many various different avenues, friends and family, in order to bring light to this and put pressure on me to then interact with her.
Wow.
No.
Different objection to 19.
This isn't directed at Clayton, Your Honor. This is directed at his father. It's an email to
This, Your Honor, this isn't directed at Clayton. This is directed at his father, and Clayton was CC'd on the email. So it's not harassment of Clayton, obviously. Are you serious?
Oh my God.
Mr. Echard's father is not indicated in this petition. He's not here today. I don't think that this should be admitted for those reasons.
It does appear that Mr. Echard was copied on the email as well, so I'm going to admit 19 over the objection.
Thank you.
Yep, Pink Pam.
I'd like to look at
About 5 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to look at Exhibit 16. This was an email sent to me from Laura, and basically in this is Exhibit 16 and 17. They came within the same email. She stated that this is the photo I'm going to use. It was a picture of to quote these.
Shay, hold on. I have to show you this. Because
What?
this is what he's referring to, this exhibit. So she emailed him, and I have it right here, so it'll be easy. This is what he's referring to, this exhibit. She emailed him. Okay.
Oh, hello?
Can you see it?
My audio went out.
Can't. Oh no, am I going out? Oh, okay, she'll be right back. She'll be right back. Because this is what he's referring to. I'll wait for her to get back. And let me pull up. What it says. Let me zoom in. Okay. Please stand by while we wait for our Miss Shay Benet to get back. If you haven't already, hit that thumbs up. Thank you all so much for being here. I miss you all, and it's just so nice to be back and to be doing a deep dive with you guys. Hi, Shay.
I mean, it's so weird. It's like I noticed when we switch things, it'll like I can't hear you on my
I'm
side.
sorry.
And I'm sure I know the chat can hear you. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's gotta be a StreamYard issue.
Probably StreamYard sucks.
Dude, they just sucked. Oh my god, is this the announcement?
Yes, so she emailed him, okay? And it says the subject line, only open this if you want option A and will unblock me. Seriously. And if you want option A, I will not post this. I am just looking for support during the incredibly overwhelming time. Final email regarding this. Spoiler alert, she said that a million times. But I wanted to give you the courtesy of showing you this post. I'm attaching the photo that I'm going to use. I'm over being treated like shit. And at least if this is public, you'll have to give a statement to the media. Not sure when I will put it up. The caption is, surprise, I can't wait for the arrival of these two next Valentine's Day. On a more serious note, their father at Clayton Echard has said that he, quote, wants nothing to do with this process. He has blocked me from messaging him, refuses to see me and his growing babies, and says he will continue to ignore me. He doesn't want to have anything to do with them when they're born and thinks they will negatively impact his dating life. Tag him and let him know what you think. Please know the following legal waiver. If, after proof of opening is obtained, I choose not to respond to this email, I am confirming that its content is true. This includes my acknowledgement of paternity. In addition, by not responding, I am giving my approval to Laura Owens to post the above content on social media. Clayton, this is a situation you can't run and hide from. You will need to take accountability to your actions, which created twins. If I can't get you to do it, then maybe the public can convince you. All the best, Laura. And she attaches this photo with Echard twins coming February 2024.
Wow.
She was crazy, Shay. Okay, so that's the post he's referring to in the exhibits.
It's disturbing.
Disturbing.
The clothing saying Echard twins coming February 2024. In this email, she said, "Surprised, I can't wait for the arrival of these two next Valentine's Day," which I don't know how she would, know that she'd be due on February 14th. But she stated then that on a more serious note, their father said he wants nothing to do with the process. He has blocked me. Tag him and let him know what you think. So this was a let me know what she's stating. If you want option A, and option A had to deal with dating her, I will not post this. I'm just looking for support during this incredibly overwhelming time.
And when was this sent?
I see that it says yesterday 2:23. So I wish there was a timestamp, but I believe this was earlier. This was probably 2 weeks ago. It was towards the beginning. Again, this has been 5 months.
Exactly,
ongoing,
Samantha.
probably 3 months. And at this point, this was before she had not leaked the story to the Sun at this point.
Any other objection to 16 or 17?
Objections to both for the same reasons stated before, Your Honor.
All right, that's 16 and 17.
Thank you. I'd like to focus on Exhibit 21. So this shows a process server that Ms. Owens hired to serve me papers when I went down to Miami to visit my cousin. She knew that I was down there, and she had researched women that I had interacted with or expressed interest with in the past. Found that these two women lived in Miami. I didn't even know that Mrs. Jessica Gerard even lived in Miami.
Wow.
But I didn't happen to see either of them. But she had a process server try to serve papers to both of those residents, which I felt was very harassing in nature, as these individuals I have not been in contact with for quite some time. And I believe it was a display of power on Ms. Owens' part to, again, harass me and try to get other people involved. And so I
Wow.
Yep.
again, it was very harassing in nature that I had a process server trying to serve papers to individuals that I expressed interest to in the past. It didn't seem necessary, as
Bunny boiler.
you could have just served the papers in Scottsdale.
Yes, Your Honor, in almost any lawsuit, there needs to be service of process. That's how a lawsuit begins. That is for personal service. The court has jurisdiction over the person. Nobody likes to be served papers. I don't think that this shows any amount of harassment. This was the process server emailing Mr. Echard. My client isn't even on this email.
All right, so I'm gonna sustain the objection as to 21. Not gonna admit that one.
I guess I can just admit this last one. Exhibit 35.
God.
I was just thinking, I was like, I don't think the intent was really to serve him as much as like she didn't want anybody else with him.
Yeah. To even go with just girls that he's expressed interest in the past and have them served, knowing because he went to Miami. So she's like, oh, who's his interest in Miami in the past? I'm going to have them served. She is nuts. She is locos. And yeah, just every other second, she's about to get up on her tippy toes, but he's about to be finished with testifying. So she's about to be called to the stand by her attorney. So we're going to actually get to hear from her. But again, when they come back for day 2, he's going to have an attorney now on record. And this attorney's very familiar with her. And it gets so intense because I think he did pretty good for being a pro se litigant, but it's hard when you're not familiar with the law and stuff. But he did pretty good.
He's doing good. I'm just shocked at like the audacity she has.
Yeah. Oh, it gets real bad. Like the spotlight of what she's done at the next hearing. Like it's like, oh, she did what? She did what?
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
This was sent on Friday of last week. I took a screenshot of it. This is after Ms. Owens filed a order of protection against me. And as I've never threatened her, I believe I have not ever threatened her, but yet she continued to contact me. So this was, I thought, again, she was asking to go to the sonogram appointment, and it would mean a lot to me if you would go. Again,
Marjorie, they had active cases. She had first filed in family court for paternity and for child support. Then he had filed a protection order that he did not get. That was that old guy judge that I was like, she's pregnant. Then she filed for a protection order. Then he now here is filing for an injunction against harassment. That's where we're at, I believe.
I think all things considered, the fact that she's still
No,
I just
Anton.
wanted to meet up, and she was still sending me these messages after she placed an order of protection against me. I think it just more so shows that the reason she sent an order of protection, it would not make sense as to why she would want to meet up after that point. Again, this felt threatening because just another message that she continued to send. And I just didn't, again, I've been not wanting any of these emails come over to me.
I feel offended for you,
Your
Clayton.
same objections as before, but at the same time, this is outside the scope of even this petition.
And I do think we're restricted.
Oh, you'll hear about that paternity test, Marjorie, later on in this hearing, okay? Because she's done she's tried to do the paternity test like 3 times, but you'll hear all the excuses why they were unable to get results.
Under the petition, since this was happened after the petition was
Hey,
filed, I will
J13.
sustain an objection and not admit 35. Record, if there's any other testimony you want to give as well, just outside of exhibits that you want to let the court know, you can also provide other testimony.
Yes. Is this the time for me to ask for a request from the court, or
Shaka.
as far as what I don't know how to do it.
I'm not sure what that is, but you
well,
can.
Again, I guess I'll say this.
And you'll have a time to do a closing, but if you have additional evidence or anything else you want to present, just that's what I'm looking for you to do. But if you have a specific question, you can ask that as well.
Okay. I guess I just wanted to state, maybe this would be better for my closing statement. I guess I don't have any questions at the moment.
Okay. And then was there evidence you wanted to present?
I mean, for the sake of time, I know that I ran out. I mean, I could try to submit the rest of these, but I think I've ran out of time.
All right. Thank you. Any
All right.
questions?
Yes, Your Honor. You were Laura's real estate agent, is that correct?
I was for a brief period of time, correct.
Okay. And that was back
Look
in,
how
that was
high
earlier
it's
this year, is
getting.
that correct?
You could see the crease and stuff here, okay? And just by the way she's rubbing on it, you're seeing how high that bump's coming up to her boobs here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And back in around May of 2023, you and Laura had become intimate, is that correct?
Correct.
And since then, Laura has made it known to you or has claimed that she's been pregnant, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you have, even until this day, you've refused to believe that Laura is pregnant, is that correct?
I would say that's not correct. I mean, I did question, yes, if she was, but I have tried to give her every possible option or ability to prove to me that she's pregnant. She's not allowed me to talk to any of her medical examiners that have administered the quote-unquote ultrasounds that she has done.
Okay, and she isn't required to give you her health information, is that correct?
I personally would say that when she's claiming I'm the father, that the father of her alleged children should be able to have access to her medical records, especially when it's pertaining to pregnancy.
But it is true that at the beginning, back in maybe May or June, you did not believe that Laura was in fact pregnant, is that correct?
Yes, I have questions if she's pregnant.
Okay.
Correct.
You have exchanged emails or text messages with Laura indicating that you did want her to get an abortion, is that correct?
I had stated that if my preference was to not have children with her, but it was ultimately her choice, and I was not going to pressure her.
And those were communications that you had back and forth with Laura in text messages, is that correct?
Yes, we had interacted via email early on.
Okay. But had you also interacted with
Look
her
at that double hand rub.
Yes, as evidence I've submitted, I did respond to her early messages.
Now, you agreed.
I don't
to
ever
meet with
remember
Laura
touching my belly
for-
that.
No, I can understand. Like, and again, she's choosing to stand. She sat in the beginning. She's choosing to stand for this sole purpose. I can understand resting one hand on the bump. That's sometimes what you do. Once in a while, maybe like rub like your thumb like up and down. But for the double hands to be rubbing up, down, this whole fucking hearing. It is insanity. So again, knowing hindsight that she was never pregnant, and to be in the court of law, to be standing there with a fake baby bump, and to be that is the ultimate crazy.
Yeah, it's not. It's so weird because I'm thinking like, I mean, maybe it's, I don't know about you, but whenever I was kind of playing with my belly more is when the baby was active, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. Not
Like,
in the court hearing like this. Like, why aren't you
yeah.
sitting? Just for the purpose to have him see. And it's
Mm.
going to pick up now. It's going to pick up the second half. Hi, Nina.
Come to your house to do a pregnancy test. Is that correct? That's correct. And Laura did come to your house to do, or go to your house to do a pregnancy test.
She's
Correct?
like, let me back up a bit.
Yes,
Try to
she
get
was
this in
doing
frame.
when she was there, yes.
Okay, and that test showed that she was in fact pregnant. Is that correct?
And showed that she had HCG in her
Yeah,
blood, yes.
Kelly.
Okay. And when you all agreed to do that, you were communicating back and forth with
Like, but I didn't have sex
you
with
didn't
her.
just show up at your house, correct? Correct.
Sorry, look at her.
With Laura, correct? You didn't just show
She's
up at your house,
moving
correct?
it.
Yep.
Oh, honey, it's really firm. It doesn't move like that.
Question
Nope.
then whether, not only whether she was actually pregnant, but then whether you were the father. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Laura went
Up on
out
the
of her
tippy toes
way
down.
to
Up on the tippy toes
schedule
down.
various paternity tests to show that you were the father. Is that correct?
For that, I would say she was claiming she'd scheduled them. She did schedule a few, but then whenever I did not agree to her stipulation, she canceled them.
Okay. So she scheduled a few. Is that correct?
I believe she did, yes.
Okay.
According
And
to her.
it was her that did the scheduling. Is that correct?
Until I scheduled one, yes, that she and I took recently, which came back little to no fetal DNA present.
Okay. The communication between you and Laura for the scheduling, was that through email?
Look at her up and down.
Yes, mostly was over email at that point, correct.
Some of it was through text messages. Is that correct?
Me too.
I for her to schedule them via text. Yes, I believe that. Yes, I mean as you saw in the exhibits, I had asked her if she would.
You bumping the monitor?
And
Down,
so there was
up, down on her
communication
tippy
back and
toes.
forth between you and Laura. Is that correct?
She's like,
Yeah,
let
it's
me
very
adjust
limited overall
this.
considering the frequency of the messages she sent. But yes, at certain points, I was trying to work
Let
this
me
out with
push
her.
it down a bit. Look at her.
The text messages and emails that you've provided to the court today, those are not all of the text messages from you, and of course, they're not all of the text messages from her. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And same thing with the emails. That's not all the emails from her. It's not all the emails from you. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
I would not be able to submit.
I don't have a question. Now, Laura, you at some point in time stopped responding to Laura, whether it's
She even has to rub
through
while
text
sipping.
messages or emails. Is that correct? And this is also around the time when Laura was trying to schedule the paternity test. Is that correct?
I stopped responding, and then she started to state she wanted to schedule a test. Just she was claiming she wanted to, but she would never, whenever it came down to me wanting to schedule.
See, the fact that she's back down in frame right now proves to you she's been on her tippy toes this whole time, because that camera didn't move. Okay, so she's just going back down on her heels. So she has been standing on her tippy toes, bobbing up and down like that this whole time, and now just goes down flat. Watch.
She wanted to schedule a test. Just
Now she goes back and stands. See?
Whenever it came down to me wanting to schedule it with no stipulations. So I stopped responding at a certain point when I realized that she would always keep adding the stipulations in. From that point forward,
I don't even see her drinking water. Like when you're pregnant, you drink a lot of water.
proven that she had no interest in actually falling.
Or at least I
In the
did.
time
Well, yeah.
that you're aware of that Laura hired an attorney to help schedule the paternity testing.
I had spoken with one of her attorneys at one point, and they had shown me the ultrasound that I had admitted here, and I asked for them to subpoena the records or to get the records from that ultrasound. She would not provide it, and then stated that I asked her if she would schedule without stipulations, and the lawyer told me she would not.
Okay. Laura paid for you to have or to do some sort of blood test to determine, to do your part of the paternity testing. Is that correct?
As I referenced in my exhibits, she did
Yep,
make
he
a payment, and then when I would not do it without the stipulations, canceled.
Tippy toes.
He canceled or you canceled?
Canceled. Somebody canceled my portion. It was not me. It was I. They called in and tried to cancel my portion. in which they
What?
found out, and that's what led to me scheduling.
So finally, when this paternity test was scheduled, this is just one of the times, mysteriously, his gets canceled. Not he didn't. It just was canceled, bitch. It was her. It was her.
And going online with the statements, so everyone knew that I was trying to do this paternity test. I did not cancel it though. Absolutely not. Somebody called in and canceled it for me because our names were under the same test.
Can I say something real
You're
quick?
stating that
Mhm.
somebody canceled.
It's to Woofy. Woofy, I'm drinking the same Gatorade right now. She just sent me a picture of a Glacier Gatorade. I'm drinking the same one. Yes, exact same one.
Is it the Glacier Zero?
Yes, I buy them all the time. I love them.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, the blue one is good. I like the Glacier Blue.
I do too. I used to really like the white cherry one, but not as much as the blue.
Yeah. Yeah, she does, Bible. You could tell when she does because she gets both of her hands going in the center down and you could see what she's doing.
Pregnant women can't drink
paternity test
monsters.
No.
on your behalf, and it wasn't you, and you didn't authorize that?
That is correct.
It's a good question, Neat. Hey, Harley.
Now, you and Laura have an active family court case together. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it was Laura.
And the ball's on her. That was their first litigation to file paternity and child support when you're not pregnant, Shay, in family court.
I've never seen anything like this.
I know.
that filed that case against you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this family court case is in regard to paternity. Is that correct?
In regard to a parenting plan, she filed for a parenting plan.
Okay.
Filed for a parenting plan.
Proven.
All right. And you're not represented by an attorney. Is that correct? In that family court case?
That is correct.
Look at her turning to the side.
And is it your understanding that she, at least at the time, wasn't represented by an attorney in that case?
I understand the purpose of that question, but I don't. But I've spoken with lawyers. I believe that she filed in that case, though, as representing herself.
Okay. And the court ordered that you guys meet and confer. Is that correct?
For an early resolution conference virtually, but not to meet in person. That was never sent to me, although she claims that the court mandated that.
To resolve different issues prior to that conference. Is that correct?
The court did not mandate that. I never was told by the court. I was told to show up to an early resolution conference. She said that we were supposed to, if able to. Apparently the court asked that individuals try to resolve all matters, but I had no interest in doing that because I did not trust her if we were to meet up one-on-one, what she would accuse me of.
Okay. But she emailed you or texted you in regard to trying to resolve those issues.
Yes,
before
Noodle,
showing
and
up
that's
to the
why
early resolution
she has
conference.
charges
Okay.
against her now, indicted.
Claimed that we needed to meet up to discuss matters. What specifically I was not sure of.
Wow.
Now,
Yeah,
you
apparently
have
we'll
accused Laura multiple times of lying that she is pregnant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've done that online. Is that correct?
I believe in a video, again, I never once mentioned her name. I believe I may have said I questioned whether or not she was pregnant.
Okay, so you insinuated that she was lying. Is that correct?
I believe she is lying, yes.
Because I
And
just stick it
the
in.
different media outlets.
Mhm.
Have you spoken to media outlets about this?
I early on provided statements to a couple of outlets to state that I did not believe that I was the father, and that I was hoping to do a prenatal paternity test in order to prove whether or not I in fact was.
Okay. And up until recently, you hadn't done a paternity test. Is that correct?
Yes, but that was because of Miss Owens was not willing to do one as I asked her to as far back as 4 months ago.
Okay. So you're blaming Miss Owens for not doing a paternity test. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah,
That's
you
why
need
you
her.
do a
Yep.
paternity test?
I could not do one because she would not do one. She would not do it unless I were to date her. Those were her stipulations.
Now,
Let me
you
push this
indicated that
down.
you spoke to the media about
Look what she just did. Okay. So again, he can't do a paternity test if she is not willing to do a paternity test because it's the DNA through her that they need. Okay. But unless you date me, if you date me exclusively with intent, then I will agree to a paternity test, but only then. Look what she does with the camera, though. Look.
Those were her stipulations.
Now,
Boom.
you indicated
There
that
we
you
go.
spoke to the media about this, and they published those statements online. Is that correct?
Yeah, Harley.
There were a few outlets, yes, that
Me
published
too,
my
J13.
response.
Look at her. Yeah, just that bump. I'm sure
And
that
the
spot for
results of the
Litchi.
paternity test are not resolved. Is that correct?
I was told that little to no fetal DNA was present on the first sample and that she needed to another sample.
Little to no fetal DNA was present on the first sample. So they needed another sample. Okay. Remember that.
So the results are not in yet. Is that correct?
She does need to.
I suppose that is correct.
He's a former Bachelor star, Shakto, but and I think she probably sought him out, but they had met while he was doing real estate and she was looking for real estate and he was like the agent
She's been like
or whatever.
and yeah, some extras like like roles in a few sitcoms and stuff like back in the day.
Yeah. Well, and Kelly, exactly where the camera is for each of them is where the screen is for each of them. So when they look into the camera, they're looking at the screen at Laura.
And yes, Woofy, it was just oral. They never had intercourse.
Yeah, and that's why when the lawyer will come in for him on the second day, she makes sure to reiterate, excuse me, she has stayed adamant that they never even had intercourse.
Now, you had indicated that Laura had blocked you several times.
Oh,
Or, sorry, I apologize.
believe you.
You had indicated during your testimony that you had blocked Laura several times in various from various numbers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you were in communication with Laura this entire time since May. Is that correct?
I would not say that's correct. I was not in communication the entire time. If I were to be able to show all of the exhibits, I've probably responded to maybe 5% of what she has sent to me.
Yep.
Okay.
Really? Yeah.
I'd like to take a look at Exhibit 4. Authentic Exhibit 4. You had indicated that this was a text message from Laura to you. Is that correct? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I
And
wish the
you
judge
had
said
responded
something,
to Laura
J13.
in this particular text message. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is that the same thing with Exhibit 12 and Exhibit 13? You had responded to Laura after she messaged you?
If there's a text bubble, as I'm trying to look here for the
Don't check
second
out.
time, if there's a text bubble, then yeah, I mean, I was the responder in those messages.
Okay.
Wolfie.
And in all of these text messages that you submitted to the court,
Yeah, she
did
got
you
pregnant
ever
as fuck.
one time tell Laura to stop texting you?
Multiple times I asked her to stop communicating with me.
Okay. I'm asking in the exhibits you submitted to the court and in your testimony, you have not one time ever said that Laura stop texting me or stop communicating with me, did you?
I'd have to go back and see exhibits that I directly submitted, but I've asked multiple times for her to cease communication. I know you're asking for me specifically if I stated this in the text messages, that I can absolutely confirm. I've asked her multiple times to start responding to me. Okay. And I have evidence to prove that, maybe not on these text messages alone, but again, I have 500 exhibits I could have.
Look at her going to the left. Look at her showing the side bump.
Isn't it true that you indicated Lois threatened to go to the media regarding this, correct?
And she's like, oh, that's a little too.
You had
Let me pull
indicated that
Rod
Laura
down,
had
bump up.
spoken to you via email or text message that she was willing to go to the media to discuss what was going on between you and her. Is that correct?
Yeah, she stated she was going to go to the media, yes.
And didn't you email or text Laura indicating, go ahead? Essentially, go ahead, you can talk to the media.
I believe I did state that at one point, because my reasoning for that was because I knew she was trying to threaten me and scare me by going to the media, and I did not want to give her the joy, or whatever you want to call it, of knowing that she was affecting me. So I just stated, sure, if you want to go to the media, go to the media. But I was not giving her permit. I guess I wasn't agreeing to it. I just knew it was inevitable. She was threatening me.
So you consented to it?
I wouldn't say I consented to it. I wanted to resolve this privately, very, very early on, multiple times. And as I sent some of these exhibits show, I was trying to. She had threatened to go to the media multiple times. And at that point, after she had threatened me multiple times, I stated, go ahead, just simply because I knew that she was going to continue to threaten me and she would eventually go public.
No further questions.
You're like, sir, she tried to get me a dating contract.
So you guys ready? Because here, thanks, Kiki. I know it's a little bit all over the place, but I kind of, like I said, I found it a little all over the place, and so now I'm just so excited to kind of go over it with everyone because it is crazy. It's crazy, and I'm so excited to get into trial. You know, like I don't want to say I hope she doesn't take a plea, but like I hope they don't offer a plea, and we get to see all of her lies exposed.
Simone, if you want to.
And I'm still trying to figure out if the lawyer, if that's a choice of a haircut, professional on the right, you know, like party on the left, or if maybe there's a reason he had to shave half his head. But it's an interesting choice that you don't really see until he looks more into the camera like he does in this moment. But he has since shown his support for Clay after realizing she was lying to him.
Someone he asked you if you have anything else you wanted to help clarify.
Yeah. Again, I think, what he's trying, or what he's attempting to show, is that there was continuous communication throughout. And I believe, again, this is a matter of frequency, my messages versus hers. I was continuously trying to solve this matter. And the few times that I did reach out, I was trying to come to a conclusion. Again, had I actually been the father and a prenatal paternity test was done 4 months ago, I was willing to take the test back then and willing to then move forward from that point. But this individual, Ms. Owens, never had any interest in settling this matter. As I had referenced in our prior cases, this individual, I believe, again, this is just my opinion, but, harasses individuals into dating her. And when they do not want to, then she starts to say that she's not willing to take a test, or at one point it was, I'll take Plan B or the abortion pills if you agree to date. So there's always stipulations around that. But the few times where I did respond to her, it was from me trying to get a prenatal paternity test because I was wanting to be able to prove that I was not, in fact, the father. Through all of this, I just want to make this statement. Ms. Owens has not been able to prove that she is 5 months pregnant with twins. A positive HCG test, you can manipulate HCG levels. These sonograms don't have a report with them either. And so no doctor and has ever stood behind these tests and been willing to state that she is in fact pregnant with 5 months pregnant with twins. And so
No, I'm going to object right now. This sounds like a closing argument as opposed to testimony.
Overruled, go ahead.
So again, the whole thing for me is I've been trying to quash this. I've been trying to come to a solution. I've never wanted this to be public. I never wanted like this to get out there and be such a big deal, but this individual did and made sure that it got out. I would just, again, I would like the order of protection or injunction against harassment. I would like that because this individual is an aggressor, and if she will not continue to come after me, or she will continue to come after me unless I cut off communication. And so this is whether or not I responded, it's the sheer frequency of unwanted messages that she sent me. It's not. I do not.
Tell me what that is. Tell me what you believe is the number of messages you've received.
I believe, and that doc, I believe she has sent me at this point 400 to 500 emails.
Jeez.
That's over what period of time?
Over 5 months.
After being blocked
And does
on
that
text
include
and
email
calls.
and text messages, or?
Yes,
Email?
she predominantly has sent me emails. And most of it was mostly email, not text message that she's been sending me.
I know,
The
Chef.
messages that you provided as exhibits, a lot of them were text messages.
Yes.
And so the other messages that you were receiving, I think exhibit 1 has a big picture of all those, emails or whatever, but your testimony is that primarily she's been communicating you with by email. And tell me more about the nature of the emails that she's been.
Yeah, so as some of the exhibits I admitted today, these are just the ones that I felt, again, I know that we're here for injunction against harassment, so I was focusing on messages that pertain to harassment itself. But the rest of the messages, again, were very repetitive. I think a lot of this is encapsulated as far as what she was sending me. She would send me visual images to try to harass me. She noticed that when she sent visual images, I became emotional, and then she would send more messages on top of that to try to aggravate me. Again, I was not able to submit all of the emails because I would have submitted probably 500 to 600 exhibits. And so for the sake of time, I chose what I felt was specific to harassment itself. But I would say that, again, the first exhibit that I submitted, it just shows you with the folders the dates and how often she was sending me emails. And it was just every day, or every other day for 5 months. And I believe that this individual, again, her whole, she tries to overwhelm individuals through constantly messaging and trying to convince them of this reality that she has created. But again, as I will have to go to court tomorrow, with the family court, she has not been able to prove she is 5 months pregnant with twins. I continue to reiterate that because she has falsified medical records, I believe, and she's also lied under oath. And I believe
Sure did.
offenses. And I believe that this individual continues to do this in court, and that is why I've tried to draw parallels with the other
No,
cases,
Wolfie.
because she's done this multiple times, and I believe that she'll continue to do it. So I am trying to, one, stop her from communicating with me, but I'm also trying to bring to light that this individual continues to do
I'm so mad.
similar,
Let me show my baby bump.
behavior, and it's extremely stressful. I have been very, very, very stressed out by receiving these constant influx of messages that could have all been solved.
Oh, look at my bump. I'm so pissed.
Prenatal paternity, all the way back at the earliest time that we were able to do.
Let me
so.
rub this.
None of this had to have happened. Didn't have to take it this far. But the point is, the point I'm making is she never actually wanted to take
For
it
sure,
until
Keegan.
I went public and stated I signed up for a prenatal paternity test. Now she needs to schedule her part. I would then place that upon her to schedule her portion, And then as people knew that she had to schedule it, she then scheduled. But the test came back little to no fetal DNA present, which would track with her not actually being 5 months pregnant.
Oh my
with twins.
goodness.
If she had twins, then there would be fetal DNA present. She claims that there was an issue with the sample. She then submitted another sample that got caught up in Tennessee or wherever. It didn't make its way there. I can give my own opinion on what I believe happened, and I believe the message may have been intercepted, but I do not know that. But I know that when she tests again, it's going to come back the same thing. I do not believe at this point, I'm not technically questioning that she's not pregnant, because I do believe she may have.
Oh, for sure, sweet
liege. Story, but I 1,000% she is not believe that she's not 5 months pregnant with my twins. And that ultrasound that I have, she would not call the facility when I met with the mediator at the early resolution conference. She would not get on the phone and make a phone call to just state, did I in fact come to this facility? Because I believe she never went to that facility, and that is a falsified medical record.
All right.
Mhm.
Anything?
Yes, Your Honor, and before I present, how are we on time?
Fairly short.
How much time do we get?
I would say 20 minutes.
Okay. Could you please remind me when we're at 5 minutes? I appreciate it. Thank you, Your Honor. So, Laura, how did you first meet Clayton?
He was my realtor.
There
I
we go.
contacted his agency because they specialize in creative finance, and then I got connected with Clayton. I'm sorry, go on.
Did you become intimate with Clayton at some point?
Yes, I did.
And was it Clayton that
Do you see my
made you
thumb?
pregnant? Or is it the two of you that created these unborn children?
Yes, there's absolutely no possibility at all they are anybody else's. There's no chance.
And your
Oh,
testifying?
Shay, in the emails, because again, you didn't get to see all the lovely emails, but she was trying to entice him, like, listen, the smartest thing you can do at this point is have sex with me, because I'm already pregnant. And so she 100%, yeah, I kid you not, she 100% was trying to get him, and he even called her out on it. Like, you're trying to get me to meet up with you and have sex so you can get pregnant. Like, but it was bizarre. And she's like, if you could just feel how tight I am, you would know that I hadn't been with anyone else in 2 years. Just crazy. Yeah, crazy shit.
I'll have to go back and watch. I
Yeah.
didn't know.
It's crazy. Oh my gosh.
Going under oath today, is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Under penalty of perjury.
Yes.
Now, when did you find out that you were pregnant?
Under penalty of perjury, which is exactly what she's indicted under.
On June 1st, I found out.
Okay. And did you ever let Clayton know?
Yes, I let.
Allegedly became pregnant May 20th. She found out June 1st. We all know that that's not likely.
No.
No, on June 1st that I was pregnant.
How'd you let him know?
Yes, Nina.
I had gone to urgent care to get the pregnancy confirmed because I figured he wouldn't believe me. And then afterwards, I sent him a text telling him that I was pregnant.
Never submitted those records.
How did he react?
He said that if he was found to be the father, that one of us would get 100% custody. He wouldn't do joint custody. He told me, or it will be put up for adoption, was what he said initially. And then he said that he might even move out of state with the children. And so I think it's understandable that I would be panicky about, you know, what exactly he wanted done and why I was so into getting a parenting plan before they're born.
Okay, now let me just stop. This communication that you were having with Clayton, how was that communication? Through text, emails? How were you communicating with him?
Mainly through text.
And was he texting you back?
Yes, he was texting me back through about June 20th.
And prior to you becoming pregnant, was it your understanding that Clayton wanted to have a family?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And were you doing the things that you could do to inform him about the pregnancy and what was happening with it?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Every step of the way.
What were those things that you were doing to inform Clayton?
Well, I invited.
But again, you see, everyone's looking towards the camera because that's where their screen is that show her. Clayton is not. He will not look towards this direction.
Clayton and his family to my first sonogram with, he can't deny that I wasn't pregnant. I got into a specialist, perinatologist, because I have epilepsy. And that was my first appointment. I know we have that in evidence as well, that he was invited. I even told his family if they wanted to come that I would change the date for them.
And what month are we talking about here? What months are we in when you're talking about these different things, the communication between you and Clayton?
July, but because that's when I found out I was pregnant with twins. But in June, that was when I went over to Clayton's house and took the pregnancy test in front of him.
Now, during this time when you first informed Clayton, was it clear to you whether Clayton believed that you were pregnant, or did he not believe you, or what was that conversation?
I know that what he wrote initially was basically that he believed it, and because that's why he got into the custody stuff. But really, throughout this whole thing, I would say the theme has definitely been that he doesn't believe I'm pregnant, and I believe that's because he just doesn't want to take responsibility.
Gaslighting piece of shit.
You indicated there was a time that you went to his house. What was that in regard to?
I went to his house because he invited me over on, I believe it was June 17th. He invited me over saying he wanted to talk, and I agreed to go over to his house. And once I got there, I told him I would love to order a pregnancy test, and he said he already had one. So then I took the pregnancy test in front of him. I peed on the stick in front of him. It showed up positive pretty much right away, and he just threw away the stick and said he didn't need to see more. And then we talked about what would happen for us down the line, and he said he would, consider figuring out dating or whatever, because I don't think it's unreasonable to want to see if things can work with the father of your, what I now know as kids.
And let me just stop you. Now, were Clayton's intentions regarding the pregnancy and the unborn children ever clear at any point as far as what he wanted to do?
No.
Okay.
No,
so there was one, and when we say over, so is this over weeks or even?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Kiki. Eventually, she claims rape. This piece of shit. I'm telling you, it gets deep. It gets fucked up, even more fucked up.
Oh, I don't like that.
Yep.
Months that we're talking?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
over months.
Okay. So was there a point when he wanted you to have an abortion?
Yes, there was.
Was there a point where he wanted to give the kids away for adoption?
Yes, there was, and all of that's in text messages.
Okay. Was there a point where then he didn't want anything to do with the kids and you have sole custody?
Yes.
Okay. And these are communications that you're having with Mr. Echard through text messages?
Yeah, those were through text.
What about emails?
Emails started later on, after we had the day after we had the conversation where I went to his house and took the pregnancy test. He and I were having a good conversation. Like, he messaged me in the morning. He said he wanted to be intimate that weekend, which I also have that text. And then an hour later, without me responding, he said God told him that we were not meant to be together, and he took that back. And then he blocked me, and I've pretty much been blocked since then.
Okay, so you would admit that you knew that Clayton had blocked you at some point. Is that right?
Yes, via text. Yes, I did.
Okay.
And he
But then would there be?
Go ahead. That's what I wanted to say, is he told me to email him.
Okay. But were there times that even after he blocked you, he would then communicate with you through text?
Yes. He'd
Exactly.
block and unblock.
So sometimes he would block you, but then he would unblock you?
Yes, and I think if you go to Exhibit 1, you can see some of the text messages that he sent to me.
Okay, let's take a look at Defense Exhibit 1, Your Honor, if I may. What is Exhibit 1,
Okay, well, it's not exhibit one, because obviously we have all of the things exhibit, so you need to refer to the exhibit as it is on the exhibit worksheet, which I'm assuming the first defense exhibit I have is 40.
Oh, okay, defense exhibit 40.
I was only given 37, 38, 39. I don't see any other exhibits
Titled
anymore.
Clayton, cruel and threatening text to me.
One of those exhibits that we had
Bitch.
uploaded to the court.
Sure.
But I don't.
Were they provided to Mr. Echard?
I gave them to him on a flash drive right before the hearing.
Gave it to him on a flash drive you gave him defense exhibits, they would have had a discovery end date. You gave him defense exhibits on a flash drive right before the hearing when you walked in. Are you kidding? No.
I did upload them and it said it was successful. And that was on Friday or Thursday.
Okay, Ms. Owen, thank you.
Shut the fuck up.
The court has the exhibits. My issue is that Mr. Echard doesn't have the exhibit. So I guess, Mr.
I could
Echard,
show
not
them
sure.
on my computer, Your Honor.
how we believe that he would be able to view those.
Well, I have them on my computer, Your Honor. I gave him a USB with the exhibits on it prior to this hearing.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, prior to the hearing, like when you came into court today.
Yeah, I gave him
No.
the exhibits on a thumb drive. We had submitted the exhibits as the court wanted. I gave them to him electronically on a thumb drive, and I have them on my computer.
Yeah, but he
I'll
didn't
have
have
them
time
printed out.
to review. He did not have time to review the exhibits on his own time and prepare.
You should know this, sir, of all
Yes.
people.
I know.
Well, I guess I'm not sure how we're gonna.
I have them right here on my computer.
That's not the problem.
I will.
I mean, I understand, but you're just gonna show him them on your computer while you're talking about them? Is that what you're trying to do?
I'll let him access them with my computer. Yeah.
Okay.
They're all in order. If you're saying it's exhibit 40, then I guess we'll start there.
Okay, Mr. Echard?
I was just going to say, I mean, yeah, he gave me a thumb drive 20 minutes before we started this case, so I don't have my laptop with me. Nothing was submitted to me until today. I don't understand how, then I don't have any of it, so how can we bring it to light when it was never sent to me until 20 minutes before the case? And I don't have a computer to plug the flash drive into.
Yeah, and if I may, there are no disclosure requirements in these types of cases. The rules of protective order procedure, injunction against harassment, there are no disclosure requirements. Despite that, again, I gave him a flash drive before court today. I have the exhibits on my computer. He has access to them.
No.
Okay. Well, the logistics of that seem extremely difficult to me when we're at 4:30 already. So we're already an hour and a half into the hearing. And so if we're starting to look at exhibits on your computer while you're trying to ask questions of her about them, I find that going to be a bit of a difficult issue that I'm having with us trying to logistically all do that.
Nope. Jay.
What is the
Yes,
proposed?
I mean,
again, I can show him my computer. The exhibits are here. I have them in order.
I mean, I almost think we need to reset for another, half hour of hearing where you can provide the exhibits, or he can have an opportunity to at least view the ones that you provided on your flash drive, and then we can discuss them as we're trying to admit those.
I mean, we could do that, Your Honor, but then I'd like to proceed with the rest of the case, just to use up this time, and then we could do that at another time if we need to.
I mean, that's fine. I'm just saying, I think that exhibit issue, we need to try to resolve that. But if you have additional questions you want to ask her, that's fine.
Okay. So was there a conversation between you? Clayton was responding back to text messages that you had with him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And same thing with emails during this time?
Yes, yeah. It wasn't like he stopped responding. And I also do have on mail track that Clayton opened every single one of the emails. I know he said he didn't, but I have proof he opened everyone.
Okay. And the different exhibits that Clayton had admitted into evidence during his case, those were not the full text message conversations or emails between you and Clayton. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you, Ladybug and D.
He was in
Next
fact
little
texting you
cray.
back and emailing you back.
Yes, that's correct.
And during the entire 5 months, or since I believe it's May that's indicated in the petition, has there been one time that Clayton has told you, please stop texting me, please stop emailing me, or something along those lines?
No.
In
Hmm.
fact, you had asked Clayton whether it was okay if you went to the media regarding this. Is that right?
Correct.
And what did he say?
He said, if you can tell, I'm completely unbothered by it. And I went to the media the next day, and I never wanted to go to the media. I just wanted to make a parenting plan.
Thank you, Shelly
Okay.
Bean. I've
Was
missed you
there a
too.
time that
I didn't want to go to the media,
you
but
had
I
to hire
threatened
people?
you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And what was that in regard to?
I thought it would be easier for the two of us to communicate to try to get that parenting plan with an attorney and for us to avoid having to go to court.
Okay. Was there a time that you tried to do paternity testing with Clayton?
Yes, absolutely. Clayton was very unresponsive to that. And I paid $750 in August to have the testing. I asked him to email the lab to schedule his time because I already had a time scheduled. And he never emailed the lab. So that's why it was canceled. He had, more than a week to email the lab to tell them a date and time. And he didn't do that.
How many times did you
Jeffrey.
schedule paternity testing?
Ma'am.
I paid for it once, but I was in communication with the lab, RabGen, which is the lab that Clayton chose, about scheduling countless times.
Okay. And did he ever do any paternity testing, or did you do any paternity testing?
Not until recently.
Okay. And during this, you and Clayton were texting or emailing back and forth regarding scheduling of the paternity testing?
Yes, exactly. Exactly. And I didn't actually have to provide prenatal paternity testing by the court. I was doing it for Clayton's sake. I could have waited until they're born.
Hi, Brandy.
Okay. And was that the main form of communication between you and Clayton?
100%. Everything was about paternity and pregnancy. That was it.
No,
But
dating.
was it through emails and text messages?
Correct.
That's
Except
how
for,
the two of you decided to communicate?
what was that?
That's how the two of you decided to communicate?
Yes, was primarily through email.
You said something, except for something.
Oh, except for in June when we met up. Other than that, it was just by texting and emailing.
All right. And it came to a point where Clayton wasn't agreeing to, or he didn't want to create a family plan. Was that your understanding?
Yes, that was.
And what did you want from Clayton?
I wanted to create a parenting plan because I was so unsure about.
Oh, just wait until she testifies at the next hearing. How she experienced her miscarriage of these twins, which conveniently happened weeks right after this court hearing. But it's day 2 after this one, when they come back, that again, he has the attorney now, and no wonder she killed off these fake babies real quickly after this lawyer comes in.
Since he'd given me so many different options for what was going to happen, I really wanted it nailed down before I give birth as to what custody was going to be. And I wanted to see if there would be a possibility for us to do joint custody, not to be dating, but just because I think that would be the best thing for the kids, to not have 100% and 100%, or just 100%, I'm sorry.
Okay. And that wasn't possible to do prior to hiring an attorney and then eventually filing a family law court case. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
But you tried to make that happen. Is that right?
That's right. Yes. That was the whole
And
point.
that was the point of the communication via text message and emails. Is that right?
That was entirely the point.
Okay. When did you file
Right.
the family law case?
I believe it was August 1st.
And was there a point in time that you had to meet up with Clayton because of that case?
Yes.
And what did you need to do before that hearing?
Well, there were two things. I filed a motion where we were supposed to have a good faith consultation, and Clayton just didn't get back to me about that. And then we were supposed to get together before the early resolution conference to see if we could resolve the issues or resolve some of the issues without having to involve the court, I guess.
Is that, and when you received that information from the court regarding those things you needed to do before court, was it your understanding that you were supposed to meet up physically?
Yes, it absolutely was. It specifically said meet up, and he got the same information that I did.
What an excuse. So by her filing to get a parenting plan established in family court before these babies are even born, it states that we're supposed to meet up beforehand to try to find resolution, to really handle it outside of court. Like, my God, you're just weeks pregnant, right? And that was her excuse of, we're supposed to meet up in person. I do not blame him at all for not feeling safe or comfortable ever meeting up in person with her. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to either.
No, hell no. But that's how desperate she was to go through court to try to get, you have to meet up with me in person.
Okay, so you were trying to meet up with him physically due to what the court had ordered.
Correct.
And you communicated that through text messages and emails.
Correct.
Okay. Now, did that meeting ever happen?
No, it did not.
Okay. Who was trying to make it happen?
I was the whole time.
Of course you were.
Now,
Doesn't
do
it,
you know what the
Franjo?
penalty would be if you didn't meet up?
I was just going to say that I did not know what the penalty would be if we didn't meet up, and I didn't want to face any penalties or get in trouble with the court when I was trying to abide by the rules.
Sure.
Yeah, that was all I was trying to do.
And the family court case between you and Clayton, that's still active, right?
Correct.
You guys
Huh.
are both represented, is that right?
Yeah, correct.
So you're forced to communicate with him regarding some of these issues at least, is that right?
Yes, absolutely.
Scheduling and meet and confer, things like that?
Yeah.
Now, there was a paternity test that was done, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, can you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I took the paternity test on
Good night,
I don't
Wolfie.
know, it was earlier
Night,
this month, I
Wolfie.
believe. And it came back within the sample, there was little to no fetal DNA, which I was told specifically by the guy who heads this lab that the testing was ongoing, but that was not a conclusive test,
Mm-hmm.
and that he needed to have me do a retest. And so but after that, I said, is Clayton aware of this, that the testing results are not final? And he said, yes. And I do have that as an exhibit.
For sure.
I'm on the phone telling me that.
307.
But despite that, Clayton went public and said, we also have that exhibit as well, where Clayton boisterously said that there was little to no fetal DNA and I wasn't pregnant, which incited a tremendous amount of harassment towards me. And then after the
So
sample.
let me stop you really quick.
Oh, sorry.
Stop you really quick. Now, during the paternity testing, did you have to communicate back and forth with Clayton regarding results or what was going on?
I tried to, and he would not respond to me about it.
And is that when he went online?
What was that?
And is that when he went online to indicate what the results were?
Yes. Yeah, and that's what.
There were no results?
Yeah, there were no results. Testing was ongoing.
Is it still ongoing?
Yes, it is still ongoing. They just needed a sample that wasn't so diluted, and so they asked me to come back. I took a test a couple weeks ago. I think it's crazy that Clayton's acting like I somehow intercepted that sample in Tennessee. It ended up, I guess, getting stuck in Tennessee and getting delivered in 2 days instead of 1 to the lab, which meant the sample was no good. And then I went today and I gave blood again. But that's my 3rd time giving blood. It's not my fault, at all.
Now,
Yes, it is.
Aside from texting or emailing Clayton regarding the pregnancy, the paternity test, this family court case, was there anything else that you had emailed or texted Clayton?
Not a single thing, and he knows that as well.
What about the post online?
Well, that was related to the paternity. I did message him after asking him to take that off when I started getting people telling me to kill myself. And people were posting terrible reviews on my podcast. I was getting horrible messages on my Instagram. I had to deactivate that. And I begged him, please take this down. The results are not
Really?
back. Here's Brett from Ravgen explaining that that the test results aren't back. You can't be posting this kind of stuff and inciting harassment against me.
And is that because you're understanding Clayton's fans or Clayton's
Yeah,
followers were harassing you online?
Yes, and they were naming me in his comments and giving my my handle out, my Instagram handle out.
Okay, and those were because of Clayton's post?
Entirely because of Clayton's post. And then on Reddit, I mean, I can't even go into the what people have said about me on Reddit as a result of his post, which I mean, I'm clearly pregnant, and I will do anything for the paternity. And so it's just all of this information that he's put out there that's false has been so upsetting to me.
But you had reached out to Clayton regarding those posts and asked him to take it down after you were receiving these harassing emails or messages online?
Correct.
Okay. Now, was there a time that you had reached out to somebody who Clayton was going to speak, somewhere where he was going to speak?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
5 minutes.
And what was that?
I contacted them because I was feeling suicidal as a result of Clayton's actions towards me, and I'm sure, I'm hormonal because of the pregnancy and not knowing what the plan is going to be going forward, but I felt that it's strongly in my heart this was not to harass Clayton. I just felt that if Clayton was the kind of person who would not respond to me knowing I was pregnant with his kids, then there's no way Clayton would respond to somebody else who reached out to him saying they were in need and that they were suicidal.
Okay, let me just stop you. We have about 3 minutes.
Okay.
So, Clayton had brought up instances of other cases that you're involved with other individuals. Is the current case that you're involved with Clayton with similar to any of the other cases that he's brought up in his exhibit?
No.
They're identical.
Okay. And
liar.
Case, is that right?
Correct. It's been going on for 2 years, and that attorney dropped out of the case. There was never an ultrasound presented to him. I was too early on, but the pregnancy was proven to him by a nurse practitioner, by tons of medical results. I can prove that all day long.
Right, Jade.
In the communication that you had with Clayton, were you ever trying to threaten him or harass him or annoy him in any way?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, I would think he would want a parenting plan as well.
Your intent during this time
He didn't even stick it in, woman.
Nope.
And get this all figured out before the unborn children are born.
Yes, because I'm panicked about having twins and not knowing if he's even gonna, he specifically put on that he didn't want to even be on the birth certificate and didn't want to give them his last name. So.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. So I'll go ahead and stop here, and then we'll pick up because we may have some questions still for her about the exhibits if we're going to pick up again, I'm assuming that there may be some exhibits that you want to.
Now
Oh, yeah,
watch.
yeah, when I said no further question, I just.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Because as this closes out, because again, they're gonna come back for the second day where he'll have the attorney, and I'll go live with this tomorrow. I don't know if you're around, Jay, tomorrow, but I'd love to go live and do the second part because it's another like hour and a half for this next one, but it is so because now they come in and he gets to do cross-examination of her. Thank goodness they stopped here because his counsel could only pick up where they left off. So she had the opportunity to ask Laura questions. And again, she was on Mark Gillespie's case. So she was very well familiar with what was going on in those court proceedings and very well familiar with Laura. But at the same time, the judge won't allow the attorney to submit new evidence or even go into the other case, which is really frustrating. But it was just a couple of weeks after this court hearing that Laura claims to have miscarried before they go into the next one. And the next one is really, really intense. And thank you, Kiki. We love you in your cut. Thank you so much. It's so kind of you. But now that they're organizing and picking out which day they're going to return, okay, watch what she does with the bump and watch what listen to what she asks. Okay. It's insane.
Okay.
Yeah, I understood. That's why. We're going to take a break now,
Yeah,
and then
tomorrow.
you have the exhibits now in your possession. Is that correct? Obviously not.
Flash drives.
So you have the flash drive, so you can view that to see the exhibits. Correct?
Yes, are we going to
Hi, Tarty.
this today? I would like to come to a conclusion today as far as how we're going to proceed.
Well, I don't think that we're going to be able to finish it today. It's already at our time, past our time really, for doing the trial, and we haven't done their exhibits yet. And so I want to give them an opportunity to do their exhibits, but I can try to find another date to see if we can come back and finish up the hearing.
I have the ability to ask questions to her.
You will once she gets done with her testimony. So I'm going to give them still time to do some of their exhibits and questions, but then you'll be able to cross-examine her.
Okay. Is there a way to request for her to cease conversation via all avenues until this next hearing?
Look at her face. She is so nervous, which is a very simple thing he's asking. Hey, until we come back, which won't be long, can you ask her not to contact me? Don't contact me. It's not, and look at her smug face when he asks that.
This next hearing?
What? Contact you?
I don't know if there's a legal method for that.
I would just ask or make a request that she stop sending me messages. I don't think that it's I don't think it's worthwhile. It's not necessary considering we're under in a court case. I don't know if I can request that, but I would like to request that so that we can avoid having conversations outside of the court anyways.
Well, Your Honor, they have an active family court case right now, and this type of hearing specifically is for what Mr. Echard is.
Look at her. Let me get my
that's
bump
why we're
in.
doing this hearing, and I don't think the court can order that my client not.
Let me tilt this down.
Would.
No shame.
Can you believe that? Like, how beyond obvious? You've been doing it for 2 hours straight, but then to sit there and just boldly just boink, make sure he sees this bump, okay? Unbelievable.
Order that my client not saying that she would. I'm just indicating that I don't think that this court can order her not to have any contact with him at this point. They have a family law case together. We actually have another
Look at him.
protective order hearing
That's
tomorrow.
her attorney looking at her. He sees what she's doing. Look at the way he eyes her. And I'm sure, because you're going to see at the next hearing, she's not doing this. He 100% advised her, sit down. One, even if you weren't pregnant. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, Kiki. I don't know if I said thank you, but thank you so much. It's very kind of you. And welcome, Carrie. Thank you for becoming a member. Even if she wasn't pregnant, when you're on Zoom with court, stop being up and moving around. It's very distracting and it's rude. You need to sit upright and dress accordingly. You're in a courtroom. If you're attending via Zoom. But her lawyer 100% would advise her to sit down and stop doing it. But look at the way he eyeballs what she's doing. He sees that.
Yeah.
We actually have another
Look at him.
protective order hearing tomorrow. I don't think the court.
Did you see her push it up?
Hard to do that.
Did you see her push it up? Look very carefully. Whoop. Did you see? Did you see it? Hold on. I gotta figure out a way to zoom in. Okay. Watch very carefully.
Hearing tomorrow.
Whoop.
Look
at Pregnant bellies don't do that. She was literally able to push up the fake belly bump.
Yeah, I remember my belly would not move, you know? Not until the baby dropped.
24 weeks. 24 weeks, Harlot. She would have been due Valentine's Day. And this is October. Literally, she just pushed the whole
tomorrow.
Look at that. Oh my God.
That request should be granted.
Look at that. Look at it crunch. Look at it crunch. Dude.
Hard to do that. I don't think that request should be granted.
Dude. And this is what she kept pulling out because you can see it. Can you see it? Like,
yeah.
That's why she kept adjusting her shirt and pulling it out. Hey, thank you, Jean. Nice fun bags. No, sorry, I didn't mean to say 24 months. 24 weeks. 24 weeks. She claims to have been due Valentine's Day, and this was October. What day was this? October 24th. I gotta like this actually.
Tomorrow.
Look at this.
I don't think the court has the power to do that. I don't
Adjust.
That request should be granted.
I don't know that I can do that officially. I think that we can note Ms. Owens hears your request and is asking that you do any communication between now and when we are able to redo our hearing.
Look at him looking. Look at his lawyer. Look at her lawyer looking at her like, what are you doing? You dramatically pulled down your camera angle and all you're doing is rocking this fake baby bump in frame.
I'd love to hear his interview or thoughts like after knowing all this.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Request and is asking that you do any communication between now and when we are able to redo our hearing, unless there's a need to do that, specifically for the family.
Look at her.
Matter, but I'm assuming you would communicate while
Hi,
at a
yes.
hearing versus.
Look at her. Look at her. Hi, yes, I have something I'd like to say. Yes. Hello.
When we are able to redo our hearing, unless there's a need to do that, specifically for the family court matter, but I'm assuming you would communicate while at a court hearing.
Listen to what she has to say, Shay.
So let me look for another date.
And her attorney tries to ignore it because he knows what she's gonna say isn't gonna be anything good, right? You should have nothing to say. We're just talking about when we're coming back and not having contact between it. But let's see what she's gonna say, Shay.
Oh God.
Your Honor, is it possible for me to show Clayton that I am in fact pregnant because he hasn't seen me?
No.
Shay. You know,
She
she
tried to make
waiting-
the judge look, or the judge make him look.
He wouldn't look at her this whole fucking hearing, and you know she waited for 2 hours to get him. Can you please have Clayton look at me so he can see I am in fact pregnant? Because he hasn't been able to see me since he's avoiding all contact with me. And obviously, me showing this bump that you haven't been able to see the last 2 hours will be able to get the whole case dismissed because I am in fact pregnant. Are you out of your fucking mind? And watch out her lawyer, okay? Watch his face cringe.
Your Honor, is it possible for me to show Clayton that I am in fact pregnant because he hasn't seen me?
Oh
No.
God. Look at her lawyer. You know it's bad when your lawyer looks like this, okay?
Me?
No.
Oh my God, his eyes like roll like, oh, that is how sick she is. This is what like rope hooked and sinked me in, whatever you call it. Because I was like, the audacity in a court of law to sit there and act as if you showing your bump and forcing him to look is going to change a damn thing. She wasn't pregnant. She was never pregnant.
Your Honor,
Oh
is
my
it
God.
possible for me to show Clayton that I am in fact pregnant because he hasn't seen me?
No.
No, just continue to stand there with your bump in frame while we all look down and do our scheduling.
No,
Down.
Whoopi, sorry. I was near the TV where college football was playing. She asked me what was in the background.
Yeah, but he, like I said, Jack Doe, he ended up withdrawing eventually because he realized she was lying and destroying this guy's life and showed support for Clay without hesitation. That's her lawyer. So now just the few extra minutes is just them doing their scheduling.
Either the 26th to Thursday at 11, or I can do the 2nd at 11.
26th of this week, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'd be requesting the second, if that's possible. I do have a criminal trial at 8:30 in the morning on the 26th. That should be going at least all morning. That's out of the Phoenix Municipal Court.
Does November 2nd at 11 work for everybody then?
I would request the 26th. I don't want to drag this out longer than it needs to go. So if I would like to ask for the 26th so that we can forward in a quicker manner.
And I understand. I just think if he has a court conflict, I'm not sure.
I'm gonna do the second part tomorrow because it's another hour and a half, meat noodle.
If the court has time in the afternoon, like 3 o'clock on that Thursday night.
I don't have another injunction trial that'll.
The second half is really good.
Case not having in time, and if so, what is that time?
Well, usually, just like in a criminal trial, it's usually 3 hours. So I mean, it'd be kind of like this. So the court's saying 11. Is that what you said, Your Honor? Like 11 or 11:30? And
11 is when I can do it.
yeah, and driving from Phoenix to here, that's going to be a minimum of 30 minutes. I wouldn't be able to finish that.
Driving from Phoenix.
But even assuming they start at 8:30.
Okay, so it's supposed to. I'm not trying to be difficult. So you're saying it's supposed to start at 8:30.
That's correct.
And it's scheduled for a 3-hour time. This has a time limit on it, so it's scheduled for 3 hours.
Yes.
Right, so November 2nd at 11. I'm
Hi,
going to pick up the defense exhibits and then.
she is not pregnant, Carrie.
allow Mr. Echard to do cross-examination, and then Mr. Echard, you would have the opportunity to present any rebuttal testimony if you felt that was needed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think I might do like a mid-afternoon live for tomorrow. I don't know if you're around at all, Shay, but I'd love to have you out because the part 2 is it's 1.5 hours, but it's the crazy because, like I said, this is when his lawyer comes in now that I think it was his following that was able to manage like putting him in contact with Gillespie, who's the guy before him that she claimed identical claims, and the lawyer comes in, but she was only able to do so much since she was limited to cross-examination and not being able to submit new exhibits. But she was trying to argue very much to have the previous case with Gillespie be entered as evidence, but the judge wouldn't allow her. And she's like, you don't understand, like, respectfully, like, I'm asking you to reconsider because this is identical claims being made against these two men, like, and it's very relevant, but the judge didn't let her.
Wow.
Girl, you don't understand. Like here, like, and I'll send you all of the emails so you can see. But like here, here's an example. This was June. Now she had just claimed to find out she was pregnant June 1, having the baby if I don't hear back tonight. I'm physically and emotionally exhausted from the pregnancy and all of this. I just need clarity as to what we are doing. I have offered to give you control over the outcome of the pregnancy if we date exclusively and care for each other. I bring a lot to the table, and I feel like I could really make you a better person. I've called out your BS a lot, but it's because I know you are better than how you act sometimes. I get your anxiety because I've been there, and I truly believe in your mission, despite that you haven't shown me kindness when clearly I have been emotionally struggling through all of this. I couldn't give a shit that you were the Bachelor, and I still know nothing about you other than the clips I saw of you with 2 girls, and I was angry at you. I want to get to know you and be a great partner for you. I would feel exactly the same way if I was in this situation with any man. I need to care about someone and trust them to consider ending a human life when I want nothing more than to be a mom someday. Don't you understand that? In regards to intimacy, I know it's important to you, and it is to me as well. If you think about it, having sex with me is the safest thing you can do at this point. I'm already pregnant, and if we choose to go this route and trust each other enough to have sex, then we are at the point where I would be taking abortion pills. So there's no risk. Also, under no circumstances would I have an abortion. If you want to be on dating apps or seeing other women while we are figuring this out, I would want to date with intention. I know what I bring to the table as a partner, and I'm well aware that you don't want to become a father right now. It's a win-win situation for you, but a huge leap of faith for me. You haven't been trustworthy to this point, so I'm the one taking a gamble on the outcome of this. You could be leading me on, but I would take your word that you're not, because for whatever reason, despite how you've treated me, I believe in you. We're both hard-headed as hell, but I think we can make a very good team. If I didn't think so, I would just go ahead and have the kid since, like I said, I want to be a mom more than anything in the world. I need to know your decision tonight because I am getting rid of the abortion pills if it's a no or if I don't hear back from you. I really do need to just adjust my seizure medication and take other precautions for my health and the well-being of our baby if we are going to have a kid. You're the father. There's no 2 ways about it. So saying no here is a guarantee you will be a dad. Laura.
Oh my gosh.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And there's so many of those, okay? And then there's the one where she found out that he got in touch with, he got in touch and was made aware of Mark Gillespie and the 2 other guys she's done this with. Okay, so you have to realize there were so many emails of her saying that she can't just have an abortion. She won't just take a human life. It's a really big deal. Okay, it means a lot. She wants to be a mom more than anything. Good night, Judy Jetson. And so she had sent countless emails. So now this email comes about, and it's like, Clayton, it came to my attention, and this is September 20th, so 2 months later. It came to my attention that you may be trying to get information from one of the 2 ex-boyfriends I have a restraining order against, and more specifically, his partner. Previously, you had promised me that you wouldn't do that, which I have in text messages. I'm sure you have been informed that I have been pregnant twice. Twice before now. Now I've been pregnant twice before. Once in 2016 when I was 26, and in 2021 when I was 31. Since I know where your head is going, please also remember that just because I was pregnant before doesn't mean I am not pregnant now, which I very much am. And obviously, you're the father. The information I am giving you means absolutely nothing in the context of this. The only pattern I have is that I have been pregnant twice before. Considering there are many women in this country who have many more than 3 children by the time they are 33, my history is not unusual. And if you were to publicly act like this, I'm sure you would get attacked by feminist groups. I'm sure that you think this information will give you some sort of smoking gun, but let me assure you, I have no shame regarding the pregnancies themselves. I regret having the abortions, which certainly have been a part of why this situation has been so difficult for me. Obviously, the situations under which I would bring these children into the world would not be ideal, but I am 33 and feel like this would probably be my last chance to get pregnant. While the ex from the abortion in 2021 forced me to have an abortion, which we have been in litigation about, and I have been extremely clear that I have never once felt pressured from you to have an abortion and will gladly go on the record saying it. And she goes on and on. So now, after months of going on about how this is a really big deal, she wouldn't just take a baby's life for no reason, but if they were dating, she would. Now it comes out you were allegedly pregnant twice before and had abortions twice before. All a lie. There was never any evidence she was ever pregnant. So this is the 3rd guy she's done it to. The second guy is that it's identical, and there's court litigation about when it comes to twins. It is crazy. And so I just got to show you this one last thing because I showed it in the first part, but I need you. It's a 5-minute phone recording, less than 5 minutes, between her and the guy before. And we'll eventually get into the guy before's court hearings and stuff, but I have to show you because you'll kind of be caught up where we're at. This is Mark Gillespie recording Laura. And this was, again, before the time with Clay. And this is after she tells him that she's pregnant with his twins, okay, and sends him false ultrasounds and stuff. And he was just playing with her. He was like a sarcastic one. So he was trying to like play into it. And, oh, yeah, oh, I'm so excited. Yeah, just you'll see.
Okay. Yeah, we can listen to it.
Where
it's a 5-minute recording he did of her. Mark
yeah,
did?
it's a phone call recording he did with her because again, they have their own court hearings and we'll go over those. But he knew she was messing with him from the beginning. And so he recorded her after she had claimed to have just gone and gotten a sonogram and found out she was pregnant with twins. So this is no, this is the wrong one. This is what you'll hear during part 2 tomorrow. The attorney is going to be referring to the case between Laura Owen and Mark Gillespie.
Okay.
This is what I've always wanted, kids. My mom was a twin also, so I always knew that I had the gene.
I have the gene. Don't.
No, I do. My mom's a twin.
Okay.
Oh, she is. So in that picture, the baby looks about 5 weeks and 4 days old. And that's
5 weeks and 4 days. I estimated that. That's not what Greg, that's not at all.
No, I said it. No, the baby's about 5 weeks and 4 days. You didn't say that. It's not in the text. I'm just telling you. It looks like it's about 5 weeks and 4 days
What does
old.
that even mean?
See, so he's trolling her like, oh, perfectly. It looks about 5 weeks and 4 days because on the sonogram, it happens to literally say 5 weeks and 4 days. That's the exact night we had sex. And she messes up and says because she was asked when she thought she had gotten pregnant. But any woman who's been pregnant before knows they don't ask when you think you got pregnant. They ask when was the first day of your last menstrual cycle.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's exactly the day that we did it. So like, this is
5 weeks and 4 days. It says 5. I think it was 5 weeks. What are you talking about?
It says 5 weeks. Yeah, that's right when we did.
I estimated the date. What are you talking about?
Oh, you estimated the date.
Yeah,
Oh, you put it on there.
I
Oh,
estimated.
and Shay, this is a photo of her standing outside of his house.
Oh,
Yeah.
what?
Mm-hmm.
Did they ask you when you think you got pregnant?
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't usually.
Okay, so what were you trying to do other than be sarcastic?
Nothing. I'm just excited we're going to have a kid.
Didn't expect that.
What? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to say?
What do you mean?
Because you're obviously not excited. So what
So your pills didn't work?
I didn't say my pills didn't work. I got an ultrasound today.
I know, but they didn't work.
Did you not see that the other thing is like the tiniest thing you've ever seen? It clearly stopped the growth in that.
Wait, what thing? That's not a child. There's no twins in this picture.
Yeah, there are.
Now what you'll hear, and I know you probably didn't hear it in the court hearing we just went through, but you'll definitely hear it in part 2 tomorrow. She claims she never sent a sonogram to anyone else. And she claims she never sent a sonogram to him. But as you can hear in this recording, she's openly admitting she sent him pictures of a sonogram.
Yeah.
Do you want me to zoom in on it for you?
Yeah, I don't know. There's no twins in this photo.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, there's twins.
Where? I know how to read ultrasounds. This is a single baby.
You know how to read ultrasounds?
Yeah.
If you go down here, I'll just screenshot it for you.
So what? You want me to? Do you think that? You want me to tell you I made a mistake, and you want me to? What did you say?
Well, you clearly were never planning to see me again.
Wait, you want me to stop and tell you?
See? You were clearly never planning on seeing me again, and now I pop up pregnant with your twins.
Let's go see the lawyer together.
Let's go what?
Let's go to the lawyer together. We'll talk to the lawyer.
That's what you would like to do?
Yeah.
You don't want to do, so you were just totally bullshitting
Wait,
me
so
then?
you want to have a surgical? Oh, wait, you want to have a? Wait, I'm just reading still. You want to have an abortion, a surgical abortion?
That's what I thought you wanted.
So you want to go have a surgical abortion?
That was what I thought you wanted.
Yeah, Shakta.
Greg, I'm serious that I would do a paternity test at 8 weeks. I'm not kidding you.
That's cool.
I don't deserve this.
Hey, Ryan.
I deserve you to keep your
So
word.
wait, why didn't you answer the question about the photo online?
I did. What did you want me to say?
Why is it
Portland.
your photo?
It's not my photo.
Why not? You don't wait. Didn't you find it peculiar how similar it looks?
No, I don't find anything peculiar with it.
So this is the sonogram photo she sent. They reverse image searched and it came up on Google.
Ultrasound photo. They all look the same.
They do.
All ultrasounds look virtually the same. I don't find anything weird with that.
You have experience in this?
With ultrasound?
Yeah.
I've had pregnant friends before.
Do you have any currently?
Yeah, why?
Who?
My sister's
Trolling her.
supposed to be in her
Well,
wedding.
and he's speculating, okay, if she has current pregnant friends, could she be stealing anything of theirs, which is exactly what she did with her sister. Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's cool.
Why?
Well, does she live in Phoenix?
No, she lives in San Francisco. Why?
Oh, so you got pregnancy friends?
Friend? Okay.
This will be first trip here, entry number 169, Sirocco 91.
These photos are going to come into play at the next court hearing, okay? Because these are things she sent Clay to prove she was pregnant. I'm not sure if these are her sister or what, but you will see experts get up on the stand. I told you the next court hearing is crazy. Not the part 2 to today's, even though that's very good, but the next court hearing, the next court case. Because experts will come up on the stand and testify whether or not she could be pregnant in these photos. Because she submitted no medical records that actually show she was pregnant. It turned into, I got an ultrasound at Planned Parenthood. They went to Planned Parenthood. At the one she stated she went to, no record of her. Then I used a false name. Then I went to a different Planned Parenthood in a different location. I lied about the location. Crazy shit. But this at the top is her doing competitive horse racing, whatever that is, 3 days before the alleged photo on the bottom was taken, video on the bottom. Okay.
Equestrian? Oh, wow.
This is her 3 days before this was taken, doing professional horse riding. Where's the baby bump? But also everyone knows a pregnant woman does not go on horses. But where's that bump? This is your proof you were pregnant that you were sending to Clay, right? Which I'll be honest, I've seen really skinny girls have the ability to pop their stomach out. I don't know how they do it, but they do it. I've never been that skinny to be able to even try, but I've seen like people who are able to really push out to where it looks like they're pregnant just for fun. But I don't know what she was doing.
Yeah, this is weird. Like, I'm wondering, was her face cut off in the stuff in the video she sent?
That's why they're speculating it's her sister, because this is more evidence that was used. This is count 5 indictment of her using of the May 6th criminal indictment cites Laura lied, claiming she was the pregnant woman in a video of her father rubbing her sister's belly. So her sister was pregnant around that same time. And she claimed this. Okay, this is pulling out from her indictment. Count 5, Laura Michelle Owens on or about March 1st, 2024, in regards to a material issue and believing it to be false, did make a false sworn statement in the video clip of a father touching pregnant belly. This was her sister, but she had, again, submitted evidence to claim it was her. The video was entered into evidence and discussed at Laura's deposition on March 1st, 2024, claiming it was her and it's her sister. This is one of her charges. That's not her. That's her sister and her dad in the hospital.
What the hell?
Yes. You idiot. Not only send it like to the guys, but to submit it as evidence in court, Shay, to prove you're pregnant. Can
You
you
know what to think.
And then here, Shay, here is that infamous sonogram I was telling you about.
Hey guys, it's Schnitzel Ninja. On October 6, 2023, Laura Owens emailed Clayton Echard her 100 million % real ultrasound video, with the video dated September 5th, 2023. But Reddit quickly discovered the video wasn't Laura's, that it was stolen from an, at the time, 6-year-old YouTube video showing a 13-week ultrasound of twin boys. All right, so let's take a look at a piece of evidence that was submitted to the court in their paternity case. Okay, so as you can see here, she sent him this email, 100 million % real ultrasound video. Here's the video, dated September 5th, 2023. You can see Laura's name at the top there, how far along it says she is, baby B, placenta,
Yeah, right,
baby
Harley?
A. So making it look like the technician put these labels in here for her twins that she claims to be carrying, belonging to Clayton. Now, you could see it jumped to a new clip here. Baby B and baby A, it jumps again. All right, and baby A there. Again, that's the one she sent Clayton on October 6, 2023. So now here,
which is only a couple of weeks before the hearing we were just watching. The hearing we were watching was the 24th of October. Okay. Now, this is what the Reddit ended up finding on YouTube of twin boy gender at 13 weeks, 3D, 4D baby ultrasound, a new conception ultrasound studio in MA.
twin gender seen at 13 weeks from 2017. You can immediately see this video is identical to the one
Is that this one I
Laura
can
sent
vote?
Clayton. There's baby B, placenta pops up right away, just like on Laura's video. You can see the mouse moving around, baby A. Now here is where Laura cuts and pastes. She cuts out some, there's baby B, from the original video.
Hold on, Shay. Is that this one I can vote? I'm not claiming to know everything front and back. I'm still learning about this. So if it's a different one, please let me know. But I'm waiting for Shay. this oh my god, this chick is crazy. There you are.
Sorry, I was listening. I got a phone call.
All ultrasounds look the same. Ooh, Akimbo. See, is it readily like available on Dave Neal's page? I'll have to look for it.
And crops them together so that it looks like enough like a different video, but people saw right through that. Now you see in the next clip where I have both videos, Laura's video on top and this original video on the bottom, how the parts of them line up exactly, but you can see that Laura clips from different sections of the video. So already here at the beginning, we can see they're literally identical. The only thing that's different is Laura's put this like text around the top and the side. Baby B popping right up, placenta popping right up. Now again, here is where Laura takes a different part of that video, baby A, and cuts out some of it. So the bottom video is showing stuff a little bit after Laura's video.
Oh my gosh.
This isn't even the ultrasound Laura got a felony charge for. That's for the ultrasound she admitted in her deposition on March 1st, 2024 that she altered. Let's not forget that at the June 10th, 2024 hearing.
See? Clayton's Exhibit 31 appears to be an email from you to Clayton. It says, ultrasound video proof. Clayton, here is my 100 billion per reel ultrasound video. Do you recognize that? It's not an email that I've sent, but I've seen it. Did you send this to Clayton? I did not. Did you ever send Clayton an email with an ultrasound video attached to it? I did not. Do you have any idea why Clayton would think that you sent him an email like this? Well, yeah, that has my signature on it. I have a suspicion that an ex of mine sent this to Clayton, Greg Gillespie. I think, was I calling him Mark? I was calling him Mark Gillespie the whole time. It's Greg Gillespie. I am so sorry. Mark Gillespie is a private investigator. Mark Gillespie's a private investigator. I'm so sorry, guys. Jade's attorney. Why do you think Greg Gillespie sent this? Because Greg has hacked my email before and has admitted to hacking other people. So she just turns around and says that, oh yeah, no, it came from my email. I didn't send it though. My ex, who's also in litigation with me for lying about twins and being pregnant, he must have sent it. Sure, Jan.
Laura's attorney, David Gingras, asks her if she remembers the email. Ultrasound video proof. Clayton, here is my 100 billion% real ultrasound video. Do you recognize that? And Laura responds, it's not an email that I sent, but I've seen it. And her attorney says, did you send this to Clayton? Laura responds, I did not. Her lawyer says, did you ever send Clayton an email with an ultrasound video attached to it? Laura responds, I did not. Her attorney, do you have any idea why Clayton would think that you sent him an email like this? And Laura says, well, yeah, that has my signature on it. I have a suspicion that an ex of mine sent this to Clayton, Greg Gillespie. David Gingras responds, why do you think Greg Gillespie sent this?
She needs
And
to
Laura
go to the
says,
ranch.
because Greg has hacked my email before and has admitted to hacking other people's emails.
So there's that.
We all know that's false. We all know he's never hacked her email.
So sorry.
Stop.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this is a crazy freaking rabbit hole. It goes so deep. It goes so deep. Yep, it's bad. I'm gonna look for that other one though. I know that Dave Neal had a huge role in this. Like I'm not sure where Jade went. He's another YouTuber. So I think just because all I remembered was his last name Gillespie, and then I guess I just inserted Mark because I've heard of Mark Gillespie before. So sorry. She can lie all she wants. The search warrant they served got her all yep. And she was panicked about her mom's. It doesn't include my mom. It doesn't include Laura. You didn't even read it. Yes, I did. Don't tell me I didn't read it. I read all 3 pages in 0.2 seconds. Yeah. She is. I'm just so excited to go over this with you guys. It is crazy. And again, she goes to trial on these 7 indictments in January. And as you can tell, she's not the type of person who's going to own up to these lies. And she buried herself because not only did you lie privately, you lied in multiple court cases under oath and submitted false evidence and perjury. And it's nuts, Shay.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I'm just shocked. Like, this is just wild to me.
It's a wild one. But honestly, like out of all the times I covered Letitia Stout and I kept saying that I've seen girls before that are crazy and that will lie about really fucked up things. I've seen it before. This is the epitome of what I was referring to. She is everything that concerns me and makes me fear for a lot of guys' safety because they don't take it as seriously when guys are abused. And this is abuse and it's wrong. And it's terrifying. And like I said, there's a judge in his original protection hearing that really did not take it seriously at all because he said she's clearly pregnant because she had this bump. And it's just not right.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, yeah. Shay follows. Courtney Clenning is going to trial in December.
I know. Yeah, I do follow Courtney Clenning. I'm looking forward to it. I'm actually right now, I'm waiting for Donna Adelson's sentencing on, it's Tuesday now, or wait, they moved it up to Monday. They moved it up, but everybody's waiting to see if Wendy's going to be arrested, which was the wife of Dan Markel. And it's like that huge conspiracy ring. And I don't know, you would have fun with some of her testimony. That's one lying crazy witch, in my opinion.
I've been seeing so much getting released on Adelson and stuff. I haven't ever followed it.
Oh, it's good. It's good. It's really, it's like most of the family, minus like 1 or 2 of them, show like traits of like personality cluster, like narcissism. And it's just wild to see like their entitlement and the way that they deal with like people in life. And it's just sick. It's sick. Offered custody and wanting to move out of Tallahassee to back to Miami.
Oh yeah.
It would make you mad. It would make you mad.
Oh, did you? So there's that. Definitely, you guys. So there's that and ATS News I saw in the chat. These are both amazing channels. Please go subscribe if you haven't already subscribed to them. But so there's that said. I did a long video on Courtney Clowney. Shay's been telling me about Courtney for a while. I just never ended up getting around into it. But
Yeah, Courtney's from Plano, which is out near me in the Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas area. And then Christian is from Mesquite. And so they're kind of local to me. And I just found their story to be really interesting. And um, you already kind of see some media like spinning a little bit about Christian and stuff that's just like not true. Like he wasn't mooching off of Courtney. Like I think he was advising her financially, but Courtney was toxic, you know. I mean, right away the medical examiner's like, you don't just toss a knife at somebody and it land and their clavicle the way it did. Like it's forceful stab. Like and they have, you know, pictures of her like on TMZ where she's like sitting in her condo, Melissa, and just like covered in blood. And she waited to call the cops. She called her mom first. And you could hear his last.
Oh, you cut out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said you can
No,
hear his last dying words as the 911 operator is on the phone. It is heartbreaking. It was very much like a male, like DV kind of incident, like where she was very abusive.
Yeah, I
And
remember
yeah.
it.
Yeah, and apparently like her boyfriend prior, who used to be a like a bodybuilder, she broke his jaw. Like she's toxic. And she's
That's
trying to say it's self-defense and has a lot of people upset. And his parents also have a civil lawsuit against the condos and the security company for not assisting in time and their response.
Well, again, you know, it goes to show it's never taken as seriously abuse on men. I'm sorry, it's not. And that it makes me angry because there is just as much DV on men as there is women. It's just not as widely known, taken seriously, or reported.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts. But yeah, there's just some weird shady shit that happened. Like she ended up having his laptop after his death, and it took time for them to get that back. You know, her parents are well off. She was moving her money around. Like she did do well for herself. Like she was an Instagram influencer, started in fitness, and then moved over to OnlyFans. And you could see like pre-interviews of her, Melissa, like just sitting around talking, and I don't know, just it's a sad situation.
Yeah.
She,
No, definitely.
she definitely thinks like she's gonna be playing she's gonna be doing the Boone thing. She's gonna be playing a self-defense, and it'll be really interesting. Because I
Jeez.
heard Boone's still causing a lot of ruckus right now
Oh
too.
yeah. Boone always does. Always does. 2 million and only that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I saw Netflix, I think, because my spawn actually brought it to me and we're gonna watch it. The case of the girl who was stabbed numerous times, but they claimed she did it to herself. Did you see?
Oh, Ellen Greenberg.
Yes, there's a new documentary on her, and I'm like, you know what? I haven't even like visited that case in so long, but I know that's a bizarre one, and I was so excited when I saw. Did you watch Monster at Geen Story?
No, I was gonna ask you if you had. I heard it wasn't very good.
Listen, I'll be honest. I didn't like any of the three monsters. I did not even finish the Menendez brothers one. And it sucks because I really do like Ryan Murphy and I like American Horror Stories. I don't like the taking, I think the real cases, the real facts is so far more interesting than fiction and making it different than it is. So when it comes to these monster stories, I watched it because Charlie Hunnam, come on. And it really confused the fuck out of me because I was still attracted to him and it made me question what I was doing. Even though he's at Gein, you know, I'm like, what is happening? It's confusing me. But it took a lot of initiatives and steered off from the actual facts a bit. But I still watched it. I think if you like that type of stuff, okay. But again, you don't need to make it any different. I understand having to take certain initiatives just to make a storyline make sense, but I don't like any of the monster series. The next one's going to be Lizzie Borden, and I guarantee I'm going to watch it just because I'm interested in watching it. But no, I'm not a fan. I think Charlie Hunnam did a really good job, even though he talks like this. And it's there like that's not because he literally spoke like that versus they were trying to portray the way his mother saw him as this innocent little. Yeah, the Ed Gein voice, it drove me a little crazy. But I think he did good. But again, it's not meant to be completely accurate as opposed to like just a rendition of it. I don't know. The monsters aren't my thing.
That's interesting. I'll check it out. I kind of haven't watched any documentaries since The Unknown Number because that completely effed me up.
Dude, that was so messed up. But you know what really breaks my heart? It goes to show you the bond between a child and a mother or a father too, because it fucks you up so much, yet she was still able to. I still want my mom, you know, I still want a relationship with her, which I can't blame you at the same time, but it makes me sad because it's like you deserve so far better than that. Yeah, the Richard Speck, well, he didn't have giant woman titties, but he did have titties, Kimberly. He did have because I did think it was interesting. They went through like the storyline of how Ed Gein really set the stage as far as turning cinema from the monster was always Frankenstein and Dracula to now the monster with the movie Psycho is humans. We, the humans, are the monster. And Ed Gein was a pivotal point in cinema history as far as that's concerned. But it went into a little bit of Ted Bundy and Richard Speck and making these connections. And Richard Speck, there was a video that was released of him back in prison 3 years prior to his death of him giving another inmate oral sex, and they were doing drugs, and he was openly confessing to the murders and remembering everything, recalling everything, because he claimed he didn't have any memory from the night of the murders. He murdered 8 nursing students in one night. Only one survived because she hid under the bed and she didn't live there. And she was the reason he got caught. But he ended up taking hormones in prison, and he used that to his advantage as a safeguard because men would have sex with him, but he had sort of a woman's physique. And he did drugs, and he was having the best time of his life in prison. And they depicted that in Monsters too. And that's what garnered a little bit of attention of, oh, who's Richard Speck, you know, and what did he do? But yeah, Richard Speck, they were sent anonymously to the media after Richard Speck's death, this video of him 3 years prior to his death. And he had breasts from taking HCG and doing drugs and performing oral sex on another inmate and talking about the night of the murders and confessing to what he recalls.
Gosh, that's so creepy.
Yeah, it is. It's disturbing. It's very disturbing. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. The real life, the real facts of what happened in these cases, they don't really need too much dramatization or, like incentive of going in a different direction. But at the same time, I think it brings I thought the Ed Gein story brought a good perspective to, we idolize the killers. We do, we take it and we make entertainment off of it. And it did focus a bit on that with the movies Psycho, Silence of the Lambs, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, how we took Ed Gein at this pivotal point in history and we turned idolization onto the humans and the fault of humans and what humans have the ability to do. And I did think that was interesting because that is true. He wasn't a serial killer. Yeah, he only killed 2 people at 2 different events. It would be considered 3 people at 3 different times and 3 different times to be considered a serial killer. But he dug up many. But that, and I liked what Charlie Hunnam said, because they actually kind of showed him in Ed Gein in a light where you would feel bad for him and that you would like him, but it showed what happens when you have isolation, abuse, and untreated mental health concerns. And that's how he was raised. And he was a product of his environment and how he was raised in the lack of mental health help. But everyone who has spoken to Ed Gein in real life always said he was the sweetest, most polite man you'd ever speak to.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah. Yeah. He was.
I'll probably check it out. I'm not afraid to like watch other things. It's just I couldn't get into like the Dahmer one. Like I tried.
No,
I couldn't.
I know, and I love what's his name, from American Horror Story. I didn't like. I don't know if it's the camera, the way it records. I don't know. I just didn't like. Again, the true facts are so much freakier. I think it makes it less freaky and scary and makes it more. I don't know what the word would be like, just like more Hollywood. And you don't need to make such a dark, twisted story Hollywood. It's already fucking crazy enough. But I did like I forgot where I was gonna go with it. Oh, how it said Ed Gein got his inspiration during World War II from this Nazi woman. She was the wife of a Nazi soldier who allegedly took Holocaust victims and would make lamps and different objects. Allegedly, she went to trial. But that was but I'm saying that was very interesting for me because that was one part that I hadn't heard of before. And then I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole researching who she was, the bitch of Butcher. I forgot what she was referred to as, but
it's true.
Well, she went to trial and here's the thing. She was extremely cruel, but as far as trial was concerned and proving with any actual solid evidence that she did indeed take the pick out her victims and then use their skin with the tattoos to make a lampshade. There wasn't anything actually solid to corroborate that. And she wasn't even at the specific camp during that time period. So I don't know if she actually did that versus she was very cruel and did a lot of things, but then, it may have got turned into a rumor that she eventually, and when I say held accountable for, she deserved to be fucking held accountable. I'm just not sure as far as that specific making lampshades out of skin and stuff, if she ultimately did that, but she was a real person.
Interesting.
Yeah. I wasn't familiar with that. And I did like that it went into, like I said, the history of different killers and different people and making connections. But then they ultimately at the end of Monsters, spoiler alert, but they attributed Ed Gein to having Ted Bundy be found. And there is absolutely no connection whatsoever that would even imply that he was the cause of Ted Bundy being caught. And I don't like that. Again, there's so much that's true and interesting. You don't need to make your own connections and stories doing that. Let's not mix true crime and facts with fiction.
Right.
But yeah,
that's interesting.
It's interesting to watch. I think it was good to watch just even for Charlie Hunnam's performance. I think it was different for him. It was out of the norm for him. And I think he did good acting wise. I just didn't like the voice.
Did he lose a lot of weight? Because I've been seeing it by TikTok, for you. And I couldn't tell if he was doing an interview with somebody, if it was recent, but he mentioned losing a lot of weight for a role.
He did lose a lot of weight, but again, it confused me. I'm watching him as Ed Gein in Dancing Around in a Bra and Panties, yet still strangely attracted to him because it's it's Charlie Hunnam, and I'm like, oh, Sons of Anarchy, I can't not see that. So it confused me. I was like, ew, why am I so attracted to him?
I would be that way with Tom Hardy. I love him in everything.
Yeah, he's great too. It fucked my head up basically. But yeah, no, he was definitely skinnier. He had muscle tone. He had his six pack, but he was skinnier for sure.
All right, I'll check it out. Well, I won't keep you any longer. We're right up for the 4-hour mark.
I will talk to you and plan out. I would love for you to come back tomorrow and we'll watch the other half of this hearing. But it was so nice to have you pop up, and thank you, Reggie. I wanted to ask you too, hey, do you know Laura Owens? I want you to come on, but I just never got around to it. And so I'm just so happy that you're here.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, we'll talk tomorrow or just reach out. I love you.
I love you too. Thanks, everyone. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.